Well, hello everybody, and welcome to what is episode 69 of Hash Church. Kind of can't believe that we've gotten this far. We're getting pretty close to episode 73, of which I am trying to do a full melt bubble, the full water hash episode. We'll see how that comes along. It's hard getting everyone to come in at once, let me tell you. So I have muted the YouTube. I will send out the Chimera invitation. I will send out the Rob Clark, Skunkman Sam, Aaron from DNA and Cuban Growers invitation. Let me see here. It's never that easy. Try add Hash Church on there. Boom, now they're invited. And then, of course, down to Facebook to invite the majority of everyone. So there we go. Probably get some people in there. Hey, what do you guys think of the new 25 micron shirt? This is the brand new 25 micron shirt. We've only ever had 120, 90, 73, and 45. All my rosin makers were begging me for the 5 micron squeeze rosin. So I thought, well, hey, why not release a 25 micron shirt? So there it is right there. And good morning to Etienne and to Mark Scialdone. I hope you guys are doing, well, I hope you guys are doing wonderful.
Doing wonderful here. It's a Sunday, rainy day in the Bay Area here, and another exciting week in cannabis. Good morning, Mark. Mr. Scialdone, sir.
We got the same thing going on here. Rainy day. We just, I do believe there was a little event in the city last night. I wasn't able to make it myself, but I'm pretty sure D420K and some other friends made it. Maybe they'll pop in later and tell us a little bit about it. It was a little glass show.
Was it a glass show for just pipes and such?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't. I mean, you never know that nowadays glass blowers might be making heady Q-tip holders and little pickups for the rosin on the parchment and a variety of things. But yeah, mostly it was a glass show that people could go. I saw actually Horatio picked up a new piece of glass there yesterday. He posted it on his social media, so I'm sure we'll see him today come in and blaze up a bowl. Holy shit, we got 433 people in here, and it's 9:02.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mark. How are you doing today, my friend?
All right, great.
Excellent.
Well, with that, people, we better get to dabbing. Jesus Christ, they're serious out there.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a definite good idea. Oh, I wanted to give a shout out before I forget, because sometimes Hash Church gets rolling, and then it's no longer convenient for me to do these shout outs. But my shout out goes to Mendo Dope. Thank you guys for the fucking serious kickdown on the CDs. Got the brand new double, which is basically live in the garden. They filmed it in their garden, and they've got the making of it, the DVD. They've got the instrumental, which is kicking in my computer right now, and then the actual CD. They were generous enough to tell me I could use these on my YouTube videos, and they send me out basically all their albums. They've got their endangered artists. They sent me Planters of the Trees. Now, if you don't know who Mendo Dope is, you can be rest assured that these guys are serious ganja people. Subcool turned me on to them, their greatest hits, which I thought was really cool because it came with a Happy Daddy dabber. And I thought that was such a classy little kickdown to have the dabber in with the CD. So mad respect to the Mendo Dope crew. Got to shout out Judah and the ganja farmer Marlon Asher, because it was also really through Judah and Marlon Asher that I kind of really got turned on to the music of Mendo Dope, as they did some collaborations on his last CD. So yeah, I wanted to give that shout out, and that seems done. So
Mark, what genre of music is it, would you say?
You know, they're really conscious hip hop. Really great beats, hip-hop music. Yeah, I've always had a spot in my heart for good hip-hop, and they definitely fit the bill. They got.
How many band is it? How many pieces?
You know what? I'm not sure how many people, because they do all sorts of collaborations. So they might bring in a horn player, or they might have a special guy to play guitar or something. But they definitely have talent, and I really enjoyed them on Marlon Asher's last album, which I wish I could remember the name of. Maybe Dabitude? Yeah. Anyway, let's blow some smoke towards the Vatican now.
What are you blowing toward the Vatican today?
I'm going to blow towards the Vatican some Purple Candy and some Master Scout. Full spectrum, so the 120 through to the 45 all mixed in, and it's got some oomph. I won't tell you. It's that kind of hash that when you're picking it out of the jar, it kind of you stick the dabber in, and then it's hard, but then it slowly starts moving like in slow motion, and then usually about halfway through that point, it breaks and flicks out and lands like a kilometer away from where I am. So it's that good stuff.
I hope you got a tile floor and not carpet.
Yeah.
I'm smoking on some Cali Chihuahua from Run Run Bubblegum. So I'm starting off with some rosin this morning because it's good.
Beautiful. Well, I'm always shouting out the West Coast Concentrate crew. They seem to be one of the only people producing consistently some really great melt. And this is, I don't know what it is exactly, and I have my opinions, and I wish hopefully Todd will show up because he'll for sure disagree with my opinions. But I just feel that the oil is really, it makes the prohibition dollar more accessible, it's more profitable, and people can whip it off and sell it real fast, and it seems to be why here in Vancouver the majority of the material gets blasted, and you don't see a lot of this high quality hash available to the patients. You have tons of different solvent extracts, but it's very, very, very lopsided in our dispensary world how many places you can actually go and purchase beautiful hash.
It's same here. The big problem is now everybody's pressing rosin because a lot of the water hash had either failed or they're not drying it correctly or they don't even want to try to dry it correctly.
Right. So that's just like, hey, this water hash failed. We'll just press the microbials right out of it because we know that you can just squeeze microbials out of hash using heat and pressure. Oh, wait a minute, Mark, is that absolute and utter and complete?
I don't know about that. Can you do that? That sounds interesting.
There's no way you can do that. I mean, I would be blown away if that was somehow working. I have a feeling that these microbials have figured out a way to survive right through to the end. But it would be wonderful if it was the case that you could do that. But
I feel you. We need more high-end bubble. We were talking about that last night. Rob Clark, Todd, Chimera, and I were all hanging out. And we were because Chimera enjoys bubble hash as well, and we were talking how finding high-end bubble hash, at least here in the States, is getting harder and harder to find. And if so, it's in very small batches, so there's really not much for people to even access, even if there is stuff accessible. So, hey, you water people, we know you can do it right. You've been doing it for generations, so it can be done. So get back to it. Come on, we miss that stuff. It's really high-end.
Unmet need in the market. An unmet need in the market spells opportunity for people who can produce.
Hey, if you want to talk about an unmet need for the market, we're just talking about water hash. How about Fomelt dry sift? That's even worse. Even less people have access to that. People that shit on Cuban, that bash on him for the price that his hash is selling for, shame on them. He is producing a product that literally nobody else is producing. You couldn't go buy it if he wasn't making it. So that goes to show you that there's definitely a lopsided part of the industry going on. I believe it's profit-driven. The West Coast melts or the West Coast concentrate. When I met these guys, I thought the young guys that I met were the owners of the company. They were like, oh no, we have different owners of our company. They're actually like a BHO company that makes a ton of BHO. They make so much BHO that they're able to have a solventless arm of their business. Not really what I would say making money. They're probably operating at a loss, but they do a lot for the marketing of the company, and they're doing the good work. And I told the owner of the company I wouldn't be surprised to see these guys in the upcoming years be the savior of your company. You know, because, you know, who knows, maybe BC goes like California and just says, hey, we don't want anyone spraying chemicals that can blow up houses and apartment buildings. I could see it. We are very much, at least here in British Columbia, we very much follow California and the West Coast and sort of the rules that they set in place. We did it with tobacco smoking before the rest of Canada did it, and I've just seen it happen with a multitude of things like that. So it'll be interesting to see how it comes to be. Can you make the same quality of dry sift with dry ice? No, absolutely not. Dry ice is going to produce a very high contaminated product, and that contamination actually affects the end product. It makes it harder to clean, and I find when you squeeze it with the hair straightener or the press, you're getting something from the contaminant. The rosin does not come out the way it comes out. If I were to clean that contaminant out to a 99% head and then squeeze that, you would see like a night and day end product.
What would be the differences? Just the color or the yield, or what would be the...
Yeah, it's color and it's quality. It's almost as though, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm talking up my ass, but I really am, because I have no idea, but it almost seems as though chlorophyll or something else, I don't know what, is contaminating it, and it just makes for a darker product. So even if the resin heads are golden and they're present in there, meaning if I were to extract them out into 99% and run them, I would get a very gold product like that. That's not the case when you run dry sift. You end up with this darker, even darker than this, almost with, well, that one doesn't have the tinge, almost with that tinge of greenness to it. So I am not a fan of squeezing dry sift that is 80% contaminant. I would much rather get a sift up to at least 50% heads and then squeeze from there. And there definitely is a difference, at least in the rosin.
You gotta remember though, like with these plant pigments, especially ones like chlorophyll and things that have perhaps degraded somewhat, is they have what's called a high extinction coefficient, which means that they are a very small concentration of the material highly colors a lot of bulk material. So it's kind of like food coloring. They're very, very powerful in their ability to basically, like if you look at the difference in those two colors, Mark, it's probably really very, very minute species that are actually leading to the difference in those colors, but their absorbance and spectral properties are just very, very powerful. So
yeah, that's what I get. I get that it's just this tiny little thing that is just like, it's unfortunate because, people are thinking, oh, I'm just going to rosin this. I don't have to bother cleaning all this sift. It's like, well, like do the experiment. I tell people all the time, just don't take my word for it. Just do the experiment. It's really easy. You have a bunch of sift. Okay, let's clean a little bit. Let's clean it to 100% or 99% glands, or at least 90. So many people... I really want to discuss the difference between 90 and 99. It is huge.
Right.
Huge. There's not much difference from 90 to 99 when you've been puffing on the 20.
And what's the difference in the color of the rosin that you make? Do you actually get clear rosin from one and not clear from the other?
No, once you get up into the 90 perspective range, you're going to be very on par, and most people won't be able to see the subtle nuances. They'll be more noticeable by like a Skunkman Sam if he were smoking it. And if he had the one for 2 weeks smoking it and then all of a sudden something changed, he would for sure notice those differences. What they would be, I couldn't tell you. We could be dealing with a different variety of strains that do a different variety of things. But in the dry sift world, I've definitely noticed that just to clean up to that final percent makes a world of difference. And everyone I've shown how to do this over the years, it takes so much work just for them to get to 90%, like so much work that by the time most of them get there, they're pretty much like good. They're like, you know what, I'm good. I'm good. 90% is clean. It's melting. It's better than anything I'm loading into people's bowls. And it was kind of the case when Johnny B first learned. He learned to do 99, and then he just was happy with 90, and his hash was great and amazing. But Darrin, when he got to 90, he just was like, fuck, like I just can't it took him 3 months before he finally got to 99. And man, I'll tell you, when he got to 99, I don't think anyone notices the difference more than him now because of that experience that he had in his learning from 90 to 99. You know, the patience that he had to have. He was just, I wish he was in here too. What the fuck? These guys don't wake up and answer their texts or what?
It's early out there,
Morning,
man.
they're sleeping, man.
I know. It's 9:15 a.m. and we're just on full fucking hashish monologue here.
Hey, man, heads, man.
Is the rosin that you get from the 99% and better, like more glassy, like less gooey and more glassy, like more crystalline?
I'm not going to lie, I don't press a lot of 99, but when you press 99, it's basically the loveliest, nicest thing you could possibly imagine. Now, the hashes are different. If you start making sift, you realize there are different levels of the characteristics and the textures that the sift takes on. And I wanted to talk about this today because, you know, it has a lot to do with the release of the Bubbleman brand. And one of the things that we're going to be doing with the hash that we're going to be selling is that I'm really not a big fan of this sort of fresh frozen microplaned hash, which is, in my opinion, it's a little bit fast food. It's a little bit like, oh, we don't have to dry it anymore. Awesome, we can just run it fresh. The preserved terpenes will add to the effect of the melt. We'll shred the heads with microplane, so the oils will be on the outside of the resin head, so when a flame is held to it, it will appear to melt immediately. And it's just sort of like, you know, for me, I've always felt that a fresh frozen product is like a rushed fast food product that needs to be smoked or used immediately. And it's really where that whole debate of the buttering comes up, the releasing of all these terpenes. And you know, Todd was talking about it yesterday and how they like it with the oil, whereas with the hash it seems more like a degradable thing that's occurring more from like potential water and of course different terpene profiles. I've spoken about it with Rob Clark in regards to terpenes, as well as Skunkman Sam, in regards to terpenes that are maybe not the ideal terpenes that we want present, and that these terpenes are potentially the most volatile, meaning this is why throughout the history of this plant we have cured the herb before we make the hash for many, many, many decades. And the reason we do that is because to avoid those terpenes that are harsh and rough on the throat and really kind of snag you, and to create a more smoother, nice product, smooth smoking product. Now, I'm like with Horatio. I can hear him already going, no, we need to preserve all terpenes because we don't know what they do. I hear you, Horatio, even though you're not in the room. I can answer that for you. But yeah, just it's an interesting concept in the drying of the herb and preparing resin properly for hash making. And so that's what I'm having my crew do right now down in California, and I wish Tony was in here right now because he could start mentioning it. I've got the Bizarre Brothers, who are my bubble ambassadors down there right now, running and mixing the hash. And then I have Tony and myself who are processing it in the lab. And Tony posted a really cool photo the other day about this process and how he and using dry ice and some liquid nitrogen, he can drop the temperature down to almost -50, and you know, vac out the pressure, pressurize vac out the water without removing terpenes. So I know that he's got a new method. We've got a new method that we're going to be working on with the Harvest Right scientific laboratory grade freeze dryer, and hopefully we'll be able to share some of that as well. Because, man, people need to know this shit. I know it's great that everyone's doing this stuff behind closed doors, different things, and they want a proprietary. They want to make sure that no one else is doing what they're doing, but I just can't do that with my brand. I can't make everything a secret. I'm just, of course, going to make everything known and transparent and let people know what we're doing.
Like science.
Yeah, kinda, right?
No, it's not. It is. It's because we now have laboratory testing that we can test all these things so that we know the terpenes, so that we know we can screen for these 40 terpenes. Yeah, we're finding about 18 to 20 of them, but we didn't have that 5, 10 years ago. Okay, so now we at least have starting points to start doing records as well as documenting, because we still need to understand what happens between the fresh material and an actual dried. We don't even have testing like every single day to see what actual chemical changes, if any, are actually taking place. What vac off or naturally escaping terpenes are there? We still don't understand all of them, much less what's being gone before it's even cut from the room itself. So
Yeah.
there's still a lot we don't understand, even in our limited understanding. We know what we want to see, but I still think we're going to find, many different methods to get to that point. So I think that's great, a new method that you guys in 20 are working on with frozen and drying. And I mean, this is the great thing about this time is it's so exciting because we can now start applying technology along with science to actually further our complete understanding, everywhere from THC content, mixture of terpenes, and what's taking place. But it also shows us how much we still don't know. And that's where I'll kind of go back to that. Scialdone, the other day, people were asking on the Facebook Hash Church page, what should they go into if they're asking what should they go into now if they go to college, because they're fascinated and they're hearing us talking about all these different things. And so I think it's, again, another discussion for, what should kids, if they're going, not kids, sorry, young adults going into college.
No, kids are right. Yeah.
But they're
First,
young.
go on a fish tour this summer. Go see a bunch of fish shows. Go have a good time. And then, there's lots of careers in science, and we need good scientists in this industry. And I'll use this as an opportunity to plug. I'm giving a 3-day course at Cloverleaf University in Denver in March called Chemistry for Hash Makers. And it's not a course on how to make hash. You guys already know how to do that. It's not a course on how to make BHO or how to do everything that the community already does, but it has to do with understanding the chemistry that you already know that you don't know that you already know yet. So it's like the chemistry underpinning of everything that's in the plant. I mean, I love hearing both you, Mark, and Etienne talk about chemistry. You're talking about the chemistry of the plant, obviously, but I almost feel like I'm back in like one of my graduate school discussions with people around the table trying to figure out problems and different variabilities that happen in biological chemistry, like what's in cannabis. And if you look at the scientific disciplines that interface the plant, there's chemistry, which is what I do, but there's also agronomy, which is how you raise plants and how you grow plants for agronomic production, when you have to be able to grow in different climates or grow under different conditions that you may not be used to. And so there's all kinds of different advances, and again, that genetically modified area that people like Monsanto and other people have sort of delved into, which is that once you understand the genes that code for different proteins in the plant, you could then use that in a beneficial way to understand how you would make, say, like a drought-tolerant hemp variety, or a hemp variety that would survive a flood, or a hemp variety that would perhaps have more nutritional value in the seed oil. Because I do believe that, like Todd says, last century was the endocannabinoid deficient century, that this is the century where the fact that you can get much more protein per acre out of hemp than you can soybean, it's a matter of time before hemp takes over the planet. Because at the end of the day, when you have to feed your hogs, or you have to feed whatever food you're raising protein, at the end of the day, protein is protein, and whether it comes from hemp seed or whether it comes from soybean, if the infrastructure is there to be able to process hemp, that will be the driving force to get hemp grown on an industrial, very, very large scale. So where we see fields of soybeans and fields of corn today, we're going to see fields of hemp in the future, because the seed oil and the protein is really going to be the economic driver to get that out into the marketplace. And so many disciplines are needed. We need engineers that understand how to process and mill such large volumes of crop. We need people to understand, again, when you take hemp seed and you crush them, you get the protein out, which is the sort of like the shell of the seed, which they turn into a flour. Well, that flour, again, has all kinds of different applications in food and all different kinds of applications and materials. The fiber and everything that you can get from the plant to the paper and pulp industry has to be retooled such that they can process hemp fiber. And when they can process hemp fiber, you'll see, just the way we see today, a sawmill right across the street from a paper mill. We're going to see a hemp seed crushing facility right across the street from a hemp fiber and paper facility, where they take basically the waste products and convert them into the materials. When you stand inside a Walmart today, if you can, look around you, everything gets there in a box. All those boxes come from China. We need to replace all of that cardboard stock in our economy with hemp-derived cardboard and hemp-derived paper, and there's no question about it. It's cheaper, it's better for the planet, it has a lower carbon footprint. I mean, we all know this. The fact is that the driver for that is the fact that there's going to be an industry that's going to exist tomorrow that doesn't exist today. And to go back to the question, Etienne, the people who are going to college today and who are going out and getting degrees and getting training, those are going to be the executives and the leaders in that industry tomorrow. And yeah, go to college, get a degree in anything from business administration to agronomy to botanical sciences to chemistry, and come out in this industry, because we need you.
Yeah, I get people asking me all the time how to be a part of the industry, and I'm just, you know, how I became a part of it. I became a part of it when it wasn't an industry and it was just a passion. So it's a very hard thing to express to someone, like, oh, just like make it your passion, and then let that passion drive you like a flame towards.
We were talking before about the absence of good dry sift and good high quality bubble hash. I mean, every hash maker who's listening right now should see that as, man, what an opportunity to take my craft and my art to the next level and brand products, just like you have successfully done, Mark, and how Horatio has. And again, that is your intellectual property, your proprietary brand, and Horatio's proprietary brand are the brands that people are going to ask for, because they know that the quality that's associated with it.
So also we're talking things like organic chemistry, you know, things that will get you in a lab. You know, we're going to need lab technicians more than anything. We're going to need people
Analytical chemists, yes.
Analytical absolutely is so needed. We need to get people on those UVH PLCs. We need people on those Gs. We need people breaking all this down so that we're understanding more, because there's literally, I think we can all agree, there's lifetimes, plural, of research that have to be done on cannabis. So, I mean, you can take your one aspect and run with your own life thesis on it. So there's so many different needs, from, you know, horticultural management, and especially, you know, people are looking for nursery management, you know, so those are classes that people need to understand how to grow acreage and hectares and manage that, and that's not something that you can take, oh, I grew a little 4x4 so I can spread it into tonnage. That's not how agronomy works at all. And agriculture is large, and people need to understand all the aspects. And so it's still learning with cannabis, because we're still missing 70 years of research, and even the hemp that we're working with now is still a deficient. In my opinion, the French EU seed is still deficient to other hemp varietals that are out there. To once hemp is accepted as not the marijuana, then they can loosen up those legislations. But until then, we're kind of stuck with this French EU seed all around that will That's breaking the door in, but it's still not the optimal usage for fiber, for seed, et cetera, et cetera. It grows, but it's still not the optimum product for that optimum hemp that we've been taught from reading in Jack's books, et cetera, et cetera. It's unfortunately slightly a bastardized cousin because they've had to actually just look at reducing the THC in it down to that 0.03, 04, you know, so that there's, you know, we don't understand what all aspects they've taken out of that type of hardiness of that plant. Where is it strong? Where is it weak? You know, will it grow well in these plains, not over here in these plains? It hasn't been acclimated on top of that. So going back to, you know, just the discussion, this should give you guys an understanding of the scope of this industry that is coming forward. It's very vast. It's very large. How many people are in Hash Church right now, Bubbleman?
806 are watching, and then there's 5 of us.
Each one of us could take one hemp product ourselves and take it to market. Okay, every single one of you on here watching right now, you can take your own idea and apply it into cannabis and be unique with it. That's how many diverse products there are now. We're only talking about the specific part, which is the medicine, and just the frustration over lack of access of quality water hash. Just simple water and drying.
Not just water hash, a lack of quality everything. And when you have like dispensaries upset with LPs and LPs upset with dispensaries like we do in our country, I just sit them both down at the table and go, so either of you are producing enough for everyone? Is that what you're saying? Because I see you both running out. I see you not able to fulfill the market's desires and needs, and the price is a little high, both at LPs and dispensaries. So I don't know what people think. There's this huge gap. They're like, oh, LPs are selling for $12. Been to a dispensary lately? Is it just me, or are these? Sure, there's grams for $6. I saw grams for $3, but it was shake, literally picked like that looked like it was picked off a grow room floor. That was the $3 a gram stuff. And then, of course, you could buy $10 plus gram stuff just in the herbs. In the hashes, forget about it. What's the most expensive oil and hash that you've seen for sale in dispensary in Canada, Horatio?
If I answer that, the answer is THCA.
But how much? 150? 100? How much for a gram?
It's hard to answer on camera, but I've seen it remarketed for up to $320 a gram.
Jesus. So this is from the dispensaries who say the LPs are ripping us off.
No, those kind of dispensaries wouldn't even touch a person like me because their margins don't actually support quality. So no, they're not even the same dispensaries. Dispensaries that might do that are also dealing with recreational.
Wow, that's incredible to me. Either way, I support both dispensaries and LPs. I just say to both of them, don't be upset with the other because neither of you are producing enough for the market and the prices are too high. So that's just my message to LPs as well as dispensaries. Man, that is expensive, I have to say. Holy smokes, especially when the people that knows why that price is there are terminal people. The majority of people seeking that product out are people that have an illness that can kill them. And so, of course, what better way to jack someone than if they're going to die? It's like, well, you know, this stuff is $350 a gram. It's like, wow. People are... Dude, I'll tell you, the stuff that I got from you in the past, I passed on to people who were sick at a cost to myself. Like, never to make... oh, man, I can't believe someone would charge $300 a gram.
They
wow.
put the math... I look at it, and the math is there. When you look at the country, you look at the availability, you look at the rarity, you look at the cycles it's produced, instantly it becomes there are only 26 grams to try if you want to be one of the people that say you know it. And it becomes like champagne, it becomes like caviar, it becomes like the last cigar in the country before it was banned. It becomes recreational. And that's what recreational is, and it steps in and basically says, could that have some medical use? Well, guess what? There's only 6 of it, and who wants it? Highest bidder, highest bidder, highest bidder.
But do you think the highest bidder will be the recreational stabs off of his nail, or the lady who's dying of cancer who's like, I don't care how much it is, just go get it for me.
Both. The thing is both. The lady who read the latest article that THCA might reduce inflammation wants it medically, and the latest person that's like, oh my God, I can't believe that exists, wants it for the hype, but then physically finds that it actually makes a huge difference in their life, and we have to find a way for the price to go down.
So then you have a situation like Cuban, where you have a product that you're putting out at a beyond reasonable price, and then people are jacking it up and selling it for a price where now people will be like, fucking Horatio, trying to buy another mansion for $3.50 a gram, because Cuban gets that all the time, and Cuban is not selling that hash for the price that people are upset about.
And that's a frustration, and we as dispensary owners are frustrated to see people getting gouged like that as well, because we know what we have to do, and that it's about patience. So I don't know if y'all can do in Canada what we do in the United States. In my city, it's mandated we have to give away 2% to Berkeley residents. But at the same time, we provide free medicine to over 150 low-income patients that meet those requirements each week, because we understand that there are those people who are very sick, who are very terminal, who are actually spending all this money on other medications that they need help. And we found that to be very successful. Even when, for a time, we did a hospice program where we would donate a volcano and actually assist a patient to their final days, because the frustration, we would finally find a patient who passed away only after their relative would come and say, hey, we just want to say this person had passed away. So it's always reminded us and always kept our compassion in check to realize that we always understand that there's a full range of product. We have everything from the $5 all the way up to the $60 and everything in between. And we have to carry all different kinds because of so many different income classes. But it's up to the dispensary to choose what to actually retail it at. So, and that's dependent on where they are, their rent, their location, their staff. I have 70 staff people, but I can still afford, low-income cannabis and still afford to give away other cannabis, because I also have those higher-end products to sell. And we have certain products that that are sponsored, like $60 grams, were to assist with our low-income people. And so people are actually paying an extra $5 on a $55 product to donate, to give back to the lower income, because they also realize as well. So it's also actively listening to your community so that you understand that for a while there, we were looking at just going with all higher-end products because that's all we were getting in. But it was our lower-income patients that came to us and said, hey, we can't afford this. This, as you would say, that flow room shake works for us at this price, and I can afford that. So I need that, and I need that range available. So it's actively listening to your patient base as well, and understanding that, as much as you all want to have, and I try to only have as much high-end as possible because I'd rather harm reduce, not everyone can afford every range of medicine. But those who can and should, and it's always a frustration to hear people attacking Cuban or Horatio or anyone else who's a producer for what the retail price goes for. A higher quality product commands a higher price wholesale-wise. What they choose to retail it at, that's their choice. So not everybody's doing it bad, but man.
Nobody complains. That's the thing. Nobody complains. Sells out, and there's no more.
Hey, I wanted to welcome Horatio and Jeff Church. Didn't even get to welcome them, so welcome, guys. Welcome. We've got one of our biggest audiences happening. I think we might, maybe get up to 1,000 live viewers today. We'll have to see what's going on. We're at 860 right now, and probably time to blow smoke towards the Vatican. Let's see that new pipe, Horatio. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, what'd you get, Horatio? I heard about it.
I broke my pipe on the way out the door to the glass event, and I had seen my scientific glass blower for like all my gear early in the week, and I'm like, dude, if I ever break my pipe, you know, it should probably be you that I buy from, and I can't really just go buy anything. And then so I broke mine, and I went to this thing, and I was like, oh, this is going to be shit. I have to have something to dab with. I'm not going to dab off a fucking joint tonight. And luckily, he found a piece to put on the shelf, so I picked it up. It's this clamshell top fab egg thing that the most important thing is it's not this glass that's critical, it's every other piece of glass he blows for me. So it's kind of my first local piece at the same time. So I'm more excited that I was able to buy from him, because without his glass blowing, I wouldn't exist.
Yeah, well, that's cool. That's great that you got yourself a nice piece of glass, and I'm gonna smoke at yours.
What are you smoking on, Horatio and Mr. Church?
Canadian Bubba Kush live resin. It's not my favorite in the morning. It kind of makes me tired.
What about you, Jeff? What's puffing?
I'm smoking on this beautiful sun-grown Slimer rosin. It's some flower rosin from Slimer, or Chernobyl, I guess a lot of people call it, or Golden Ticket. It's a wonderful hazy, limey strain.
I was about to say, what's in that genetic? It sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on the genetics. I just know all of the different names that it goes by. And this one, the grower calls it Slimer.
Slimer. Hey, so do you ever puff or make full melt anymore? You used to be a serious full melt maker.
You know, I have not made full melt in a while. You know, we've just been doing the rosin thing, and moved over to the dry sift for a rosin precursor because it's a lot easier to not have microbial issues. You know, we don't have a freeze dryer, and so having the microbes stay down on a bubble batch is really hard. You know, so I just you know, wanting to have medicine that passes microbial, that's kind of where we've moved.
What microbes are you seeing?
Well, you know, I mean, we've seen all kinds of things. The one that that really started all of this was Analytical 360 came back with E. coli in the bubble hash rosin.
The real nasty E. coli or the common E. coli? Do you know?
They weren't able to tell me, and so, you know, I think that it's probably more likely the real common E. coli that wouldn't cause any illness from what I was looking at. But I didn't see the culture. I'm not a microbiologist, so I you know, just kind of trusted them, and we've moved on to safer products for the moment. I definitely, you know, in the future, we really want to get a freeze dryer so that we can step up that game and have less microbes present in our hash.
You want to get a laboratory grade freeze dryer, because I'm suspecting that this freeze dryer that a lot of these guys are using right now are not lab grade, so it's not really going to take into account the measurements. It's basically like you want lab grade is all I know with the freeze dryer. So that's definitely a good point of advice for any of you guys out there looking for the home model. Harvest Right sells one for about $7,000 US. They do have cheaper models for $2,000 and $3,000 US, but those would be the non-lab grade versions, and you want the lab grade version.
Yeah, the process I'm familiar with is called it's actually called a lyophilizer, right? It's you're doing lyophilization, and so if you look up freeze dryer, you might find a different type of apparatus as opposed to a lyophilizer. I think a lyophilizer is what you want, right?
Yeah, the one that we just bought was great. You can check that out at harvestright.com. They have home freeze dryers, and then they have scientific freeze dryers, and it's the scientific freeze dryer that we're using for the Bubbleman brand.
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing. It's a lyophilizer. They could call it a freeze dryer, but yeah, it's the process of lyophilization. That's what it's scientifically referred to as.
That is what it's doing.
Yes, right.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of really cool information under the specs and under what this particular unit does. tabletop unit, 4 trays, large interior, freeze dry up to 2 gallons of material per batch, 4-liter ice condensing capacity. It's all controllable with a touch screen.
And are you trapping what's going to the vacuum at all?
Yeah, we're just haven't run it a single time yet. It's just literally showing up in the lab tomorrow or today, depending on if Tony picks it up. What he's done is he's set up his pseudo unit, which is you know, what he shared on Hash Church with the cold trap and the vac chamber to, you know, put the bubble hash under pressure and remove that moisture. He's only doing that until the freeze dryer comes, and then it's going to be all about the freeze dryer. And we'll see. We'll see. But no terps were trapped in the drying of the bubble hash. Literally, not a single terp was vacked out. They're all present. It's super loud, orange creamsicle, and a couple other strains that are just ridiculous. Hopefully, Tony will come in later today, and he'll maybe be in the lab, and he can show us a little bit of that. Because, man, it looks nice. That's a good thing. 901. I think that might be the first time we ever broke 900. Boys. To 1,000.
Yeah.
So yeah, I still love smoking on the bubble hash, but I just have to get it from the producers around here. It's, you know, one of my favorite smokes, so I've actually ended up purchasing a lot, which is completely different than what I've done for the past few years. So yeah.
Nice. It's good to mix it up. Oh, Jeff is out. Just about to ask him what he thought about the 25 drippy.
Yeah, I was going to ask him some other stuff too. There he is.
Welcome back, Jeff. Welcome back. We thought we lost you.
Hit the wrong button up here. Went to a bookmark instead of the microphone.
So Jeff, are you finding the product that you're purchasing as good as your product that you produce, or better, or not as good?
Well, the one thing that I would say, you know, I really like the melt of the products that I've been able to get. Although, you know, a lot of the stuff is made from fresh frozen, which is not my favorite. You know, it's something that you have to keep in the fridge, or else it's going to break down. And you know, once it kind of whites out, that's when you start losing terpenes, and you know, your flavor goes down quite a bit in bubble hash. You know, my favorite is much like what Bubbleman is into, and you know, the Bizarre Brothers, my good friends in Oakland as well, and that's properly cured resin that's then extracted, because you know, having that proper cure, you're just going to lock in those terpenes, and it's not going to break down, you know, after extraction.
Awesome sauce.
Nothing wrong with some awesome sauce. People ask me when I'm going to be able to get to the U.S. I'm hoping this year sometime, probably a good halfway through the year. Little raw hashish with a little Arabic.
Yes. So Trudeau's backing out, trying to use international treaties as a stopgap now, huh? In Canada.
I've kind of stopped reading it. You know, once he hired that top cop guy to Bill Blair or whatever to be the guy, I was just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to put my head down for a while, focus on some other things, and just hope that doesn't turn into what, you know, I guess what we're assuming it's potentially going to turn in. Which then the other news of Trudeau coming out and saying, oh, that he might have hit a snag. It's like, well, you must have known about these treaties before you were elected Prime Minister. They have existed for decades. Guessing you looked into it, but we'll see what happens.
Fucking treaties, man. The treaties are outdated bullshit. It's backed by the U.S. government. They need to fucking go away.
Oh, it's a nightmare, dude. It's definitely what's kept everyone from playing for decades.
I know. I couldn't believe that the Obama administration actually had some, you know, deputy motherfucker get down on Jamaica on that. I mean, that was the whole thing about Jamaica, right? They were saying that, oh yeah, it doesn't, you know, it was that.
I don't know. Obama went to Jamaica. It was the first time a president had gone to Jamaica in like a long time, like many, many presidents. And when he went, everything slowed down. And so now we're just waiting. It's like waiting. The odd time I'll call Jamaica and just be like, oh, what's the word on the street or whatever, and they'll be like February or March, or everyone's just guessing, you know. Nobody really knows when the permits will come, I suspect, other than the people who are writing about it, and they're certainly not talking about it in public. Jamaica is the most word of mouth, like they call it the chat, people just talking and talking and talking. So that information's been pretty hardcore lockdown, but we're excited. You know, when it does come through, we certainly have no doubts whatsoever that we will receive one of those permits, and then it's on.
So you're back to hurry up and wait mode.
Yeah, you know, we're ready.
Obama needs to knock it off the list and deschedule and deregulate the material on his way by executive action on the way out. End of story. You know, that needs to happen. He needs to basically realize it's a huge social injustice. It's on his watch. Fix it now, President Obama. He needs to fix it, man, on the way out. And he will be known as the black man that legalized the nugget, but what the fuck is wrong with that?
I mean, everything's right with that, in my opinion, but
he doesn't want to taint his legacy? Come on now. It's bullshit.
Etienne likes dabs on his dabs. He likes dabs on his dabs. Just saying.
It's the power of the alcohol, pharmaceutical, for-profit prison industry, the people who have a vested interest to keep the status quo just the way it is, keep Schedule I listing.
Yeah.
To go away.
But you know what? I used to be very much in the same boat as you, like very just like it's just what was going on, and I felt this anger towards them, and I'd be like, this is we got to stop them, and then it's like, then one day we were like, hey, like we read Jack's book, and we were like, we need to get hemp growing, and you know, part of us were like, well, let's tell everyone what atrocities have happened against hemp. Well, let's tell everyone about the conspiracy and all this and that. And then we were kind of like, wait a minute, what if we just bypassed all that and went to the very people that were claiming our conspirators, the government? We went to our government, and we were like, hey, like, have you seen this stuff? You guys could make a lot of money on this stuff. And we just showed them the bottom line. We approached them as the $1 trillion crop. That's how hemp got growing in Manitoba in the first time in over 73 years, when we approached them with a little document that we produced called the $1 trillion crop. And when you open the front page, it was the Popular Mechanics article from 1932 that was called the $1 billion, which was, we wanted to show him that this was going to be the second time that hemp could be used in this economic statement that was unfathomable, which a $1 billion economic statement in the 30s was unfathomable. Most people couldn't even, like, the word billion would be like gajillion. It just wasn't a word that was used throughout normal days. If you were a millionaire, that was fairly inconceivable. So we showed him that, look, it's not unrealistic to think of this crop as a potentially worldwide $1 trillion crop. We're not just pulling this out of our ass, and we backed it up with so much information that gave a license to grow hemp. We were just like, oh, it's a conspiracy, they're all against us. And it's like, you know what, if it is a conspiracy, there's like one guy that knows what's going on, and the rest of them are so stupid, have their heads so far up their asses, that you can actually go and approach them and get them to do things that go against the so-called conspiracy. So that's what I say to the youth out there that are watching. You know, if you want things to happen, promote the things you love. Don't bitch about the things you hate. I'll dab to that.
And get active and get involved. You don't like the media, become the media. You don't like the politicians, go become one and change it, you know. Stop talking about it. And as much as I love that utopian belief, Mr. Scialdone, I have no belief that Obama will do anything, because he has had his opportunity, and he couldn't get anything done with his crappy Congress anyway. And he's been able to get a lot done. But I have no faith in him. He's been bought and sold like the next politician by the pharmaceutical industry, who advertises by the billions now of one of only 2 countries in the entire fucking world that will allow pharmaceutical companies to advertise on television. The United States is one, and our television is saturated with talk to your doctor about, and over 30 seconds of could cause you anal bleeding, fucking shitting out of your eyeballs, bleeding out of your ears. I mean, if your symptoms of your drug are more than the actual words in your commercials, then why are we allowing this shit on our television, which is only causing it to become more of a stake? So you really think now, in Obama's last year, he's going to get on his little horse and say no against the pharmaceutical industry right now?
I've always thought those pharmaceutical commercials, not that I've had cable TV for like, ooh, God, it's been since 1998 when I cut my cable, but before that I had it. And I'd see those commercials, and I always thought they reminded me of like a Saturday Night Live skit. Like, it was hilarious. It was like, side effects may include jumping out of windows.
Yeah, like you can't wait for Saturday Night Live to spoof it. You're like, why aren't the writers at Saturday Night Live spoofing this, right?
They would. I've seen them do it before, and I was, wow, they didn't even have to fucking change the spoof. They literally copied it word for word, and it was funny, and that's sort of frightening when you think about it.
Yeah, so I mean, I hear what Etienne's saying, and if you look at recently who Obama's put into head the Food and Drug Administration is basically a pharmaceutical insider who gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to consult for the very companies he now has to regulate. I mean, it is
thousands, like per meeting, probably.
Well, I mean, he's an insider. He's been in the industry for years, and now they're basically putting him in charge as the chief of the administration that has to regulate the industry. And I get it. He understands how the pharmaceutical industries work just because he's worked in it for years. But again, his knowledge and his financial ties to the industry just looks really dirty, right? I mean, how could you basically regulate the industry that you're tied to? It just doesn't make sense. And again, the waffle language that the surgeon, not the Surgeon General, but the new head of the DEA has used in terms of cannabis. I mean, obviously, he came in right after the Cole Memorandum, and you know, his basically knees were cut off to basically do anything to enforce anything having to do with cannabis. But still, from what I understand, the budget is that they're not supposed to be enforcing it, again, in only the states that have legal laws, but in all the other states, it's wide open. And here in Pennsylvania and other states out east, yeah, basically law enforcement are busting people for weed. And I think it's like a $13 billion expense on the bottom line that us taxpayers pay for to what? To clog our court systems with guys who are trying to sell a couple pounds of weed? Give me a fucking break. There's better things that we need to be doing with our resources in the government that has nothing to deal with the trade and sale of cannabis.
That's obvious. Nothing more is obvious than the amount of money that your country spends on war. The amount of money that is spent on war would pretty much solve like the majority of like homeless and hunger.
It's a machine. It's a machine that basically, it's the thing that killed the Kennedys. It's the war machine, dude. It's a greedy part of the U.S. economy that thrives on us bombing and killing people and needing to make expensive planes and bombers that we don't need.
Have you seen the cartoon with Uncle Sam on the couch and the psychiatrist is saying, well, sir, it seems as though you're suffering from an industrial military complex?
Yeah, have some bubble hash, you'll feel much better, you know?
That's what
See that 25 on your shirt, Bubbleman? Add 10 more, and that's how many banks I've been kicked out of. I can't even get a bank to do my business, okay? So I have no faith that Obama is basically going to change if I can't even get my fucking bank.
Bullshit. We need to find an attorney to basically sue the federal government and basically sue them on the grounds of that they're interfering with free enterprise, which is a tragic number.
Yeah, that's why I'm on the board of the National Cannabis
Have you?
Industries Association. And we're working with lobbyists on Capitol Hill to change these laws because it's absolutely
go after the
abhorrent.
at the top. Lawsuit should be against the.
We're gonna have a lobby day coming up here in March where we actually will, a group of 100 plus of us will actually go around on Capitol Hill and actually talk to our representatives and actually, again, like we did last year and the year before that, make them aware. So This is where you have to be active. All 800 and some of you on here, you can be active in your own community.
We should name the president, the vice president, the entire cabinet, and the entire Congress as basically defendants in this case because they're all guilty.
You can cover the cost of the case, Mark, or no, that sounds like an expensive court case. But I was going to say,
but there's got to be an attorney with a big pile of money that's listening, and that
perhaps is you can. Did you like that? I got the power there. You could open up a side arm of your business where you deal arms, like weapons, and I bet you the banks let you in right away, like the BPG Weapons Arms Division, where it's like, oh, come on, you guys. Sorry,
yeah,
Mark,
if I had to give all that stuff up in the military, I would probably think of that as a way to go around. Because I've had friends of mine say, guys, if y'all did yogurt, y'all would be billionaires right now because y'all are so full of piss and vinegar and fighting the system. I'm like, yeah, because we're right. We have our right, and that's why I'm suing the government. I've been suing the government since 2012, and trust me, it's expensive, it's hard, it breaks your spirit sometimes, but you just got to keep on keeping on and remember it's about the patients. And so as much as I want to hear other people sue the government, I'm suing government, and it's hard. I'm getting my little victories here, there, and there, but there's no guarantee I'm going to win in the end. But at least I got to try, even if I get my head kicked in. I still got to try.
You got to try. You got to try. Yeah, sorry, Mark. I was like sitting on that joke for so long. I was like, damn, I'm never going to get a chance to say it. I literally, if he goes off again, I'm muting him and I'm saying the joke.
That's okay, man.
This joke won't be funny in 3 more minutes. Not that it was that funny even when I said it, but hey, sometimes you just got to sacrifice.
No, they got to end 280E. 280E was never meant to do what it's doing, which is crippling the industry right now, in that they can't bank their money, they can't write off expenses, and it basically is unfair to this industry, totally unfair. And the government knows it.
This industry was birthed out of unfairness, so one thing that we are very good at doing is dealing with unfairness. I mean, keep in mind, they put us in the bathroom with like the people who snort cocaine at parties for like 30 or 40 years. Like, what? That's where we belong? Like, oh yeah, you need to go into the backyard, like past where the people smoke cigarettes. Yeah, that. Okay, yeah, you're fine there. It's like that's where the cannabis user has been placed for so long that now, a lot of people are jumping on into the industry that they don't come from that history anymore. They're like, yeah, I've been in the industry since 2011 or 2009 or 2013, and that's cool. I respect that because I do believe that the activists that have been fighting this all this time, the thing that they now need is to incorporate people that know how to run mainstream business through banks and through, all of these things. They're the ones that are going to get people like Etienne. Why can't Etienne get into a bank? It's ridiculous because that's the way the system's set up. But when someone comes along that's buddies with that bank, that's like, like, oh yeah, I can get you into that bank, no problem. It's like that. Those relationships are there like that, and it's if you don't come the forces, the division that's happened for so long, we've been broken off and divided into a little corner. And now we're trying to get everything done, and a lot of people are like, oh, we can't let anyone help us because they've been against pot all these years. It's like, well, you know what? Those are the very people, believe it or not, that are going to, make those two parts a whole, and then boom, now let's do this. Let's see how we can do this outside of prohibition and outside of, I'm not being in any way pro, like, the mentality that we need to over-regulate cannabis. I think of cannabis like mint. Imagine if they were doing all this for mint right now, like it needed to be, grown in secure facilities and, sold through pharmaceutical. Like, it's just so ridiculous that you have to play it out and watch it through. In a perfect world, we would get away from all this over-regulation. put standards in, just like you do with the food industry or any other industry, and let us go to town on it.
So, one thing about once we get it legalized, we've got to be really careful. Washington State's kind of the bad stepchild or whatever of legalization. We've got no home grow, and we've got no ability to pass a joint here in Washington State still. So it's still a felony for me to pass a joint to anybody that's not a medical patient. And we're actually getting rid of our medical access system that we had. So the ability for growers to grow a nice amount of cannabis and get it out there to medical patients is being stripped away from us.
So here's the question, Jeff. If you guys are legally not allowed to pass a joint to someone that's not a medical patient, is it within your legal right one about their private medical status? Like, are you able in the country to just go around and be like, hey, I want to know what your medical is. I want to know if you're diabetic. I want to know if you have cancer. I want to know because I can't share this joint unless I know that. That seems like it goes against.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, realistically, passing a joint between anybody is a felony in Washington State. That's what it is. And the reason why I say only if you're medical is that allowed is because you're allowed to have what's called a collective garden here in Washington State, which you can actually, two medical patients standing right side by side can share a joint, and that's a collective garden under the law. So there's nowhere in the law that says if you're a medical patient you can share a joint, but that's how we've made it able to happen. But right now in Washington State, we've got a couple bills going on that are for home growing and sharing. And so the one big one that's House Bill 2629, I really want to have send the message out there that we need to support this bill. It would allow for people to grow their own at home, up to 6 plants. If you want to grow a little bit more, all you would be risking was a civil infraction until you grew quite a bit more, and then it's a misdemeanor, and then quite a bit more than that would be a felony. So there's kind of this stepped approach, which I kind of like, and there's the ability to have a small amount of cannabis, and then actually I think it's 24 ounces, so it's not that small in your own home under this bill. And then, it would just be a civil infraction up to 72 ounces, and then if you had more than that, it becomes a misdemeanor, then a felony. So it's kind of this tiered approach to make everybody happy on the law enforcement side, so that there are actually penalties for people that are growing amounts that would be possibly diverted to the black market. But still allowing for citizens of Washington State to have their rights. Every other state in the union that has legalized, and Washington, D.C., has the right for home grow. But we don't have that here. And they also share the ability to share cannabis. So we've got to be careful once we're legalizing and regulating this that we don't over-regulate and remove the ability for consumers to be able to consume cannabis, grow small amounts of it, and share. I should be able to buy a pack of joints for my buddy on his birthday and give it to him. If it's completely legal, it's regulated, all the taxes are paid on it, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But I can't do it. Stores can't advertise a, buy people Christmas presents sale or something like that, because you can't buy it for anybody else.
Yeah.
So.
I think Mark Emery did time for passing a joint, like in Saskatchewan. I'm pretty sure he did like 6 months or something, literally just for passing a joint.
Imagine if they regulated alcohol in the same way.
Wow.
There's an interesting proposal from a legislature in Vermont that until they legalized cannabis, that they were going to stop all alcohol sales in the state.
I saw that.
They actually have a bill to stop all alcohol sales in the state until cannabis is legalized.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know, again, if that's got any grounding, but it just seems that, again, if you were to, like, Mark, you make the parallels to mint. It's funny because in my former life, I've done a lot of work with mint, And again, when I look at cannabis, when I look at it under the microscope, it reminds me a lot of mint because there's glandular trichomes and there's heads and there's little sessile ones and there's small ones, there's hairs. It looks, so to me, in the chemistry world or in the world that I operate in, which is at the molecular level, man, it's all chemistry to me, man. I don't give a shit about the law. It's just the chemistry of what's going on in the plant. And to me, it's beautiful at that level because when you're looking at, things like under electron microscope and you're looking at the features of the plant and how beautiful it is, there are no laws. It's Mother Nature and the beauty of the plant, and they just need to, again, regulate it like you say, just like mint. It's a essential oil that grows on a plant, and that's the way it should be regulated.
Yep, I agree with that 100%. Well, I pretty much said that, so of course I agree with it. Well, we're up to 933 viewers, and I have a feeling that potentially Todd and Chimera and Rob will be coming in a little bit to step us a little deeper into some conversation.
I'm going to go excuse myself for an attitude adjustment. I'll be back momentarily, folks.
But you can't get high on screen with the rest of us?
I live in Pennsylvania, man. Pennsyltucky, man. We haven't gotten our shit together yet. We will.
I understand. I went to college in West Virginia. I'm well aware of Pennsyltucky.
Hey, this time tomorrow, though, I'll be in Oregon. So I'm on my way out to Oregon where the laws are right. So we'll see all my peeps out in Oregon real soon, tomorrow. What a great state that is. And I think, Jeff, wouldn't you agree that the laws in Oregon are just a much better situation than what's going on in Washington?
Oh my goodness, it's way better. I've got quite a few friends down there in Oregon, and they're able to pass cannabis to each other. As soon as the law passed, they were able to pass cannabis, and that's just an amazing thing, being able to grow your own. And I believe they have 6 plants down there that they're allowed to grow. And so, being able to grow your own, you grow your 6 plants, your buddy grows his 6, everybody grows their 6, and
4
you
ounces too is right. Isn't 4 ounces the legal amount you could have?
I think it is something like that. I'm not going to say I'm sure, but something close to that. It's better than the ounce that we have here. I'm not saying an ounce is bad. I'm not saying anything like that. I think an ounce is great to be able to take around with you, and if we were able to give that ounce to another person, that's what I'm all about, and grow that ounce for another person without monetary gain. I understand regulation. We need to have a regulated marketplace if we're going to have legalization continue to be flourishing throughout. We were able to give that ounce to another person. That
feedback.
Yeah, that's me trying to answer someone in chat, and I guess when I pushed a button on my keyboard, it unmuted my YouTube channel, so I went as quick as I could. Sorry about that, Jeff. Trying my best here, man. I'm trying my best. We got cut. We're allowed now 150 grams on the federal level. We were allowed, everyone was allowed a different amount. My amount was 600 grams that I was allowed to carry with me, which I thought was absurd because it was like, man, that's like a lot. 150 grams of full melt or run dry sift bubble hash, that's enough for me. If I could have 50 grams of each of those things, I could go away on like a 2-week trip and have more than enough meds for that trip and not be worried about running out. So I'm not too bummed out about the 150.
It hurts Ramo, man. I look at it and I'm like, good God, that guy, his fingers are joints. Would we be okay if they figured it out? Like if they came back and then said 150 weed equals 5 grams, then we'd be fucked, wouldn't we? Like, are we living in a loophole right now?
150 grams for Ramo. I mean, he smokes a lot. There's no doubt about it. Like probably 20 or 30 grams a day. So that's still 5 days for him. He's not going to pull off the 2 weeks, but he's definitely still has a little bit of a trip. It's true. The guy does smoke an unbelievable amount of cannabis. Hopefully he can come in and talk to us today. I talked to him a little bit yesterday, hoping. I never know how to get a hold of him. That's the problem.
So is that 150 grams on your person, or is that what your cap is at your house as well?
At my house? did you say?
Yeah, I was wondering, is that 150 grams just what you can carry on your person, or is that the cap that you can have at your house as well?
No, my house is my limit at my house is almost 5,000 grams, so close to 10 pounds. I'm allowed to have close to 10 pounds at my where my grow is, and then carry around like 150 grams. That was like a decision that the Supreme Court made, I believe, when they decided derivatives were allowed as well. Is that what happened, Horatio, or was it earlier than that?
It was it was always weird. And then weren't we first just kind of trapped in BC where we had extracts? And
Yeah.
That's why we were able to run around, but we couldn't really leave. That's what gave BC the advantage over the country for, I think, a decent amount of time until Owen Smith's case went up to the higher level.
It was still a bummer to go to like a place like Toronto every time for me, because I don't carry cannabis with me, and I think it's ridiculous to think that I'm going to have to carry a pound of weed with me to Toronto and make hash while I'm there. Why can't I just bring hash? So, of course, I would just bring hash, and that was basically how, once it changed, I felt a lot better. I always felt a little nervous at the airport when they were going through my bags. I'm like, I'm sure the guy at the airport doesn't even know the laws because he doesn't work for Health Canada. He's not even a police officer. He doesn't even have the right to search our bags without our permission. And in fact, in Canada, at the airport, if you go through and you put your bag through and then it goes through and it has something in it, the guy says yes. If you say no, you can leave. You just aren't allowed to get on the plane, which always blew me away about Canada. I just thought that was like another Saturday Night Live skit in the making right there. Go through the metal detector with a bunch of crazy shit and then just decide to leave because they're not even allowed to look in your bag. Now, I'm sure if it was the imprint of a weapon, a gun or a knife or something, they could easily call the RCMP. But what I'm saying is if they don't know what it is and they want to look and you say no, it used to be, at least, that you could literally leave the airport. You didn't have to get searched, which that's pretty mind-blowing, don't you think? That's up there with LPs not having to test their product. Isn't that what Chimera was, or who was telling Chimera that? That was David Hutchinson. David Hutchinson, that's who I forgot to invite in today. He's always good for a little bit of conversation. I have a hard time remembering everyone, I'm not going to lie. I forget. But I do thank you guys, the core group. I think I'm going to start sending out emails, check in advance in the week who wants to come in, and because I'd really love to see everyone come in at 9 o'clock when it opens up and just get the conversation in full speed. I think the people listening deserve that, and it's not too much to ask from the people that are coming in and being on the panel.
Well,
I know that Etienne...
We opened up, what, 600 people right there, so, 100 minds, we need to fill them with knowledge.
Yeah, there you go.
A good idea would be to open up the room a little bit early and then go live at 9 because then we could actually fill up the room a little bit and go live with more people in the room than just you.
Yeah, the only problem I had with that one time is I went live, I sent out the link, and I don't exactly know, it was a weird glitch, but D420K opened up the link before anyone else, even me, before I got into it, because I sent the link out before I opened it. And what happened was the camera stayed on him the entire show. I was moving it on my computer, because I click on each of your screens when you talk, so the camera records your screen. Well, this whole Hash Church was recorded on D420K's screen, so because of that, I have always made sure that I'm in the chat room, it's live, and then I invite everyone in. But we could try that for sure. I think I could easily send out a message Saturday night and get confirmation from people as well. We're all adults here. It'd probably be easy enough to say, yeah, I can be there at 9 o'clock if that's when it's starting, or I can't be there at 9 o'clock if that's when it's starting, either or. I never complain too much, that's for sure. I'm happy that you guys are able to spend the amount of time that you are here in the chat, and I know that the people listening sure appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Bubbleman.
What's that, Etienne?
I said, and we appreciate you, Bubbleman.
Oh, well, sweet. Hey, 9:20. That reminds me of 4:20. Let's have another bowl, shall we?
Let's
do this.
I'm having some fresh off the butts Candy Jack.
Candy.
Butter.
Yeah, that's good.
And what are you smoking on? The same stuff?
I'm sitting and going to hit the Purple Candy Master Scout rip again. It's quite delicious. Packs a nice bang. I find that it's really nice if you eat like a Medible or two, and then you hit a big rip of this. You get this kind of really good, like, woo, almost like what I suspect people get when I see them take a big dab and it looks like they're going to fall down. That's how I recreate that look.
Mr. Scialdone, any new word in science this week?
Oh, let's see. In general or in cannabinoid science?
in anything.
In anything. Okay. Tell us something useful, Dr. Mark. All right. Here's an interesting little tidbit of a fact. So, High Times had published an article on what the real boiling point of THC was. I think, Horatio, didn't you and I iterate on this? Or I know I had sent the Facebook page a comment basically saying that their boiling point was wrong, and I've corrected like so many other references that are online that basically reports Meshulam's boiling point, which is like what, like 150 Fahrenheit, like 312 centigrade or something like that. I'm sorry, the other way around. So 150 centigrade, like 312 Fahrenheit. So, or I'm misquoting that number off the top of my head, but I think it's 155 if I remember correctly. Well, anyway, that's the boiling point of THC under a vacuum, because that's what Meshulam did when he did the distillation. He distilled it under high vacuum, so that's not the boiling point at atmospheric pressure, which is what you would be dealing with if you were doing it on a nail, right? You're not in high vacuum. And so, yeah, every one from Steep Hill to just about every online reference I could find has got the THC's boiling point at the Meshulam reported boiling point, which again is under high vacuum. So there was this guy on the Hash Book or on the Hash Church Facebook page that basically posted a thing called a nomogram, and what a nomogram is it enables you to correct the boiling point of a liquid based on its boiling point under high vacuum by drawing a line between the vacuum pressure and the observed boiling point, and where that line intersects this line in the middle tells you what the estimated boiling point of THC is. So, drum roll, do you want to guess what's the boiling point of THC? What is it?
I'm not guessing. I shut off my nail, and it's got a... I'm just going to heat it back up and wait till it boils and answer that.
What's that overused 3-number acronym in this cannabis? 420 degrees centigrade, according to the nomogram, which I think is about 788 Fahrenheit, if I remember correctly. I'll have to here. I can do the conversion real quick. But yeah, so if you take the straight line between the boiling point and the vacuum that Meshulam had, that goes right through 420. And yeah, that's 788 Fahrenheit. So, bing, there's the answer, world. The THC boiling point is 788 degrees Fahrenheit, 420 degrees Celsius.
I got to turn my email up.
So
my reclaim is THC.
Yeah, but the other thing that you have to remember with this is that if you try boiling THC at room temperature, because it's if you weren't under pressure, if you weren't under a vacuum pressure, like when you're making the clear, you're doing a short path distillation or a kuguroi distillation under high vacuum, you want to try to keep the lowest possible temperature you can. And if you try to do this without having it under vacuum, you're going to degrade the THC is going to start degrading the CBN, and what you're going to see is you're going to see a shift in that boiling point, because the boiling point of CBN is slightly different than that of THC, and so it's what we call in chemistry a reactive distillation, because as you're actually doing a distillation, you're actually doing chemistry. You're not just distilling something to distill it, you're actually changing the molecular structure in heating it up in that process. But if you heat it up and you're not under high vacuum, the air that's there is going to react with the cyclohexene ring and aromatize that north ring of the molecule. You know, when you're looking at THC, there's 3 pieces of chicken wire. That top piece of chicken wire turns into a benzene ring. That's CBN, and that'll happen if you heat it up. Now, when you flash heat it up, like when you do it on a nail and you're just doing a very small amount very quickly on a very hot surface, it volatilizes much quicker than the kinetics of being able to oxidize it to CBN. But if you had a whole pot of, say, plant extract and you were trying to just do a poop distillation to basically poop over your THC, most of what you're going to get out of that is CBN, because it's going to be at such a high temperature and it's being exposed to air. The great thing about doing it under high vacuum is you're pulling vacuum on that, so there's no air in the system. It's completely evacuated if your vacuum's any good. And you try to do that at the best vacuum so that it's the lowest possible temperature.
All right. I wish
chemistry.
I wish Camara was in here. He had sent me a really good, interesting sort of breakdown that gets into a little bit of what you were talking about, just in the sense of when we do chemistry with these compounds, that we can potentially alter them, and the proof, of course, was in the new compound that you were talking about, Mark, which was what was it, hashish?
Hashishine, yeah. I mean, so that is just so cool because
right, that's created through a process.
Right, it's created in a process. So I don't believe that that's made in the plant. I believe that that's made after the resin's taken off the plant, which to me is fascinating because that says that there could be a number of different chemistries that you can do
endless
to the plant intentionally to change it and to make the oil more stable, or to make it like more bioavailable, or to make it like more potent for a particular kind of cancer. You know, again, people have talked about CBN. CBN has a very profound effect in the endocannabinoid system. I guess, do people attribute then the grogginess and the haziness, and when you really get wiped out, to again either high CBN strains, or again maybe a process by which you're doing a lot of that oxidation of THC to CBN?
The one thing that he mentioned is it was important for us not to assume either positive or negative, because it's not naturally occurring. It's created through a process. We don't know how it reacts in our bodies, either good or bad. And so he was basically saying that not all terpenes are benign. And then he went on to say terps are the largest class of naturally occurring chemical compounds in nature, with over 22,000 so far identified.
Right.
Holy shit.
And again, when you mix microbes into that, Mark, the microbes start doing this dance on the molecules too. So now that creates a whole nother set of I mean, it's endless. It really is, and that's again should inspire people to be creative in this field, because there's all different kinds of. You can almost think about a way that you can take a bug and actually use it to put a pressure on a grow or a plant to produce a particular cannabinoid ratio or a particular terpene profile, again, because it's under a biological pressure or some type of pressure that's not a chemical, but it's just like, I don't know, I mean, there's just different ways you can look at how you can tweak the pathways that make these molecules in the plant by inducing certain stresses within the plant.
And on a side note, we are 48 people away from 1,000 viewers. I think we're going to hit it today. We're going to hit it today, people. Get your Twitter accounts ready.
You better come up with something useful to say.
Oh, man, I'm just waiting, you know. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It will be fine.
Mark, one last note to your point on basically everybody in the industry, and I know you always have a frustration when you see it, that someone takes that data, oh, it was done under vacuum, they don't know, and then everyone starts quoting it. Well, it gets worse when, let's say, all the extract artists will follow a chart that tells them the boiling point of THC under vacuum, when they've really just made a mathematical estimate of where it should be. They've never actually even tried short path distillation and recorded anything. And we all lived off a chart that told us this was impossible, this was possible, and we got it from the forums and we were bred on it. And like, I wouldn't be able to do what I do with limonene if I believed that chart. And that chart is another spawn of Meshulam's data just being taken as, you know, godly fact because it came from science, and then they miss the fine details that make the context of the experiment.
Well, I tell you what, I've used that nomograph on a lot of different compounds, and it's pretty right on the money, man. And you can really get a really good estimate just by looking at that. But I tell you, man, it really depends on, again, when you do any kind of distillation of a mixture, like if you're looking at, you know, if you're just looking at extract, even if it's enriched in THC, I mean, the mixture's boiling point and the physical properties of that are going to change as you distill anything from there, and what you're left behind is going to just be a different chemical content. It's going to have different vapor pressures, and usually what you see in these distillations is that the temperature stabilizes usually while you're collecting your main component, but at the front end and at the low end you could get, you know, a lot of variation. And I would tend to think again that if you're doing distillation of essential oils, as soon as you heat these oils up, as you know, Horatio, you start doing you can't keep the oil from reacting with each other. It starts doing chemistry, and so I guess again the notion is that you want to keep the lowest possible temperature, just like you would in any extraction process.
Well, the reason why like, Jeff, remember when the pentane thing came out and people were like, well, wait a minute, pentane should remove itself at room temperature. There's no need to vacuum. And I'm like, it's bonded. Now it becomes a new temperature based on that bond, and you know jack shit about that chemical bond, so you have to raise the temperature to find out under vacuum and report the degree of vacuum you achieve that under. Everyone just runs out and goes, I'll just do it to 94. And I'm like, how come no one's sharing under how much vacuum you're going to do at 94?
Because it has the branched isomers are higher boiling, and I think the branched isomers, one of them is a neurotoxin. I think it's been related to things that, you know, again, when injected to a rat at some level, you know, forms tumors. But I think the point is that again, when you're looking at any of those things like pentane, there's like, I think what, maybe about 4 or 5 different isomers. All the different isomers are going to have different boiling points, and depending on what the refinery farted out that week, you know, you might have one that's rich in cyclopentane, or you might have the, you know, neopentane or the other isomers that are going to have a different, you know, different boiling point, different residuals, and different issues, because all those molecules are different. They're not pure.
Go for it, Jeff.
I think really, yeah, I think really what you were talking about there is, you know, there's a temperature that everybody hit, 94. They say, hey, you know, you hit 94 under vacuum, you don't have the pentane issue anymore, because people were trying to purge at lower temperatures.
Depends what your vacuum is. You can't universally say if your vacuum doesn't suck.
Well, there's 2 things there, right? There's the boiling point of the constituent you're trying to get out, the pentane, right? And then there's the viscosity of the hash oil. And so until you reach that 94 degrees, the viscosity is not correct for the boiling point of that constituent to even be effective, because like you were saying, Horatio, it's locked into the slab. You can't get it out no matter how deep you go below 94 degrees.
Right.
So that's really
surface
that's why
that's called entrainment, and that happens with very thick viscous films like you know, clear or cannabis resin. I mean, certainly what you do is, yeah, if you that's one of the magics of doing thin film distillation is that you try to get it almost down to a molecular film to get it as thin as it possibly can. So there's really no voids within that amorphous thing to basically trap the solvent. And to get that down to the thinnest layer possible is always, you know, what you want to go for, right? Because there's no place solvent molecules to hide.
Well, Jeff, to back that up, because Mark, Meshulam never says what his precursor truly is, and if you distill something that is full of chlorophyll, no, but does he say, okay, well, maybe that's what we don't read? Because I'm like, look, there's so many things I could put in my flask. Raw, de-waxed twice, with pesticides, without pesticides, the other things that can show up when you hit your magic number. Like, Jeff, if your shit is a trim run full of lipids and you try to hit 94 and someone that's a nug run de-waxed, those are two different bonds because there's way more crap in the extract.
Right.
Even when you say a perfect temperature or viscosity, I'm like, depends what your oil is made out of, because if your extraction is full of shit, the viscosity at 94 is not the same all over again.
Especially with lipids, Horatio. Lipids are notorious for that. Lipids, fats, and waxes, that's what they do. They trap shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Lipids, fats, and waxes. Oh, my.
They trap shit, yeah.
I think the 94 was just that temperature where you're gonna pretty much get it out no matter what you've got as a lipid fraction in there. Because lipids, they all melt as well. You know, they've all got their melting points.
Right. If you have a much better vacuum, you may not need to heat up that much. I don't know. It depends really. I mean, if you're pulling so Meshulam pulled 0.05 millimeters of mercury, or what's called 0.05 torr. That's a typical high vacuum setup in an organic chemistry lab. That's usually a vacuum pump that's hooked up to two cold fingers and then has a manifold that then is able to, you know, pipe that vacuum into like a short path distillation apparatus, which I'm convinced is what he used. And just to go back and say, Horatio, what he did. So what he did was, if you read Meshulam's paper, and I have many times, he says that basically he took hashish and then he fractionated it on a column. So that's silica gel chromatography. But then I think he further purified it by making a urethane derivative by reacting it with a diphenyl or dinitrophenyl isocyanate. And that made a urea derivative, which, if you look at the thing that I've always posted on Facebook, he hydrolyzes, and then he takes that material and does the short path distillation on. So that is the route from hashish to how he isolated THC that he reported in the paper. So he does say how he makes it.
But do you see how, like, what he did before he actually pretty much ran the reaction that creates the number? Nobody's pre-doing that. When they go in and they go, yeah, I'll just set it to that boiling point, and, you know, I threw in some oil, it's clean, it was made with XYZ. It's very off, but he did a lot of processes to make sure that he started with something that was good to go.
Oh, yeah, he was like, what, 3 steps separated from hash, from what from his starting materials. So, yeah, he had done purifications along the way, and the reason why he made that urethane derivative is because he made the 3,5-dinitrophenyl urea, and those urethanes are very highly crystalline, and so he reported the melting point of that, and that's a very common practice in those days of organic chemistry, to make that derivative and report that melting point just as a characterization phenomena. So if anybody else wanted to think that they had THC, they would also make that derivative and see if the melting point was the same. And if the melting point was the same as the derivative, it was just a way that scientists used to characterize materials. And so he took that derivative, hydrolyzed it with base, and then short path distilled it, and that's the numbers that he got, which was 155 to 157 at 0.05 millimeters of mercury. So just to tie this up again, High Times published an article about 6 months ago, and again, I assumed that they had got it right, but when they didn't get it right, I was like, man, the world needs to know this is not the right boiling point of THC. It's completely different, and I kind of broke it down in a thing, but it was really great for the Hash Church Facebook page to actually be the identifying source of the nomograph. And again, when you draw the line, I'll repost the picture up there. When you draw the line, it goes right through 420 centigrade. No happy accident. The boiling point of THC is 420 centigrade.
That's awesome.
Sorry, but I'm so curious this morning. I wanted just to get one last question before I welcome Todd and Darrin into the room. That precursor that's crystalline right before he turns it into urea, is that safe for smoking?
No, probably not. I mean, no, I wouldn't say so. But you know what? I mean, because it's crystalline and it's highly crystalline, it's a way that you could essentially purify the material. So you could purify it by reacting it with this 3,5-dinitrophenylisocyanate, crash out that highly crystalline compound, and then do the hydrolysis and then poop extraction. But why not just do the extraction on the hashish to begin with? So I mean, it's taking some unnecessary steps, but it's an interesting concept.
Okay, no, because I get to my THCA by a different method, and people assume that I would follow that route, and I'm like, I don't show crystals in that form, so why would you assume that I use those compounds? I don't think I'm getting the same medical results as people who I don't know all the methods. So when people say, oh, THCA does this, I'm like, if you smoke that precursor, then no, your THCA does not do what I do, and maybe I don't want that form of purity because it goes too far, and then I lose whatever it is I'm experiencing.
Well, I will take this time to welcome D420K and Todd McCormick into the room. And, of course, the 957 live viewers that are watching right now, we're going to get up to 1,000, so stay tuned. We've got some more great conversation coming.
Are we ready for a bong rip yet? Bong.
Oh, we've been ready all morning. Are you kidding me?
Well, let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
Do it.
Doing it since 9, D. Where you been, D? We've been here since...
I've been cruising. I got a new piece, a little heady piece last night from Corey Glass.
Little pomegranate.
That's a sexy piece, bud.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it, man. It's sexy.
Ah, well, let's break it in here on Hash Church.
I'm just gonna mute myself so you don't hear my torch.
Oh, thank you. Now there's a guy that pays attention. Simple little things like that, fellas, goes a long way. All right.
Who's got the hash blues?
The D-nails are so quiet.
Nobody.
I'm turning my D-nail on right now, too.
That's what I had to do. I wasn't ready.
Todd.
You know, I've done it a few times and just grabbed it and put it in. It's like, oh, it's cold.
I just need a solar-powered e-nail so I won't feel bad about leaving it on 24/7.
I came down today and mine was on all day.
Oh, yeah.
I've done that a few times. I left mine on for months, I think, when I first got it.
Yum. Hey.
So we might have some special guests here if they stop talking to each other and smoking shit.
Cool. We need special guests. We'll get more people. We'll go shoot for 2,000.
I'm down.
Hey, we've never even broken 1,000, so let's just break that 1,000 for starters. Be great to see 1,000 people.
Hey, I posted that picture of the nomograph on the Facebook page for Hash Church. So if anyone's interested, just go to the Facebook page for Hash Church and you'll see it. Again, I'm not making this up. This is real deal.
That's awesome.
Just happens to be 420.
Just happens to be 420. Hey, I would like to see the people in chat room, the 954 viewers, to type out where they are watching Hash Church from, and with a number next to them, whether they are one person or two or three or however many there are. So if you're with 4 people in Maine, you would write Maine 4. Let me see.
San Diego 619.
Yeah. What the heck?
What?
Hey, lots of singles. Oh, there's 4. Holy, that's a lot of different places.
Glasgow.
You're awesome.
Wow, that's pretty incredible the way it's going by, hey?
Portland, Maine. It's been incredible indeed.
Berlin.
3 chickens in a human suit. That was actually really funny, actually. Tacoma, 1 billion. I'm feeling it.
Quebecois.
Hey, go Vegas.
Kentucky.
Germany.
Dude, I love it. Athens, Greece, because, you know. Oh, yeah.
Osway.
What is Amsterdam?
Kelowna, BC.
It's like Amsterdam with a lot of hamsters.
Hey, Ireland. What's up?
You've never been to Amsterdam? It's like, I think,
Hamsters and gerbils.
Gear.
Hamsters and gerbils.
Hamsters and gerbils. Okay.
Hamsters and gerbils. Gerbils and hamsters. Oh my.
That's for the cute Mr. Nice. I love it.
Chat moving so fast. I can honestly say I've never seen chat move that fast.
Hey, shout out to the Alaska people. Right on.
1,069 people watching.
What?
Wow.
No, 962 we got. You freaking me
I
out.
just seen.
It's
I just
1067.
went down to that.
I think
I just went down to that in front of me.
1067 watching now.
Mine says 1051.
wow, mine says 966. That's amazing. Right on, guys. We broke 1,000. Let's have a bong rip.
Bong rip, mother lovers. Let's do it.
When I was peeling this hash out, my last rip, it sounded like grinding, breaking glass as it was coming out of the jar.
Terrible.
Oh man, that was nice sounding. Shout out to the West Coast boys. Free
Shout out to those boys. Fuck yeah.
polka fan is. Oh yeah, there we go. I just saw mine for the first time. 1,006 viewers. That's great.
Hey, Todd, get the special guest in here. Come on.
You think? He's on it. He's like, all right, we hit 1,000. It's like those cheesy Instagram accounts where the girl's like hot and she's like, I'll post nudes at 1,000 followers. Yeah, it's not really like that at all.
You mean you're not going to show us nipple, Bubbleman?
Well, I could show you some hash. There's my hash nipple.
Perfect.
There we are. Okay, who's making
What
pointless
strain is that nipple?
What's that?
What strain is that nipple?
This is the purple candy again, with the Master Scout.
That is your go-to today.
It's the one I've been pulling out of. I've got all these other rosins and some other bubble hashes as well. But yeah, it's definitely. I'll probably be smoking some of this rosin here in the near future. This is really nice. Quite a good little quality on that.
Clarity on that.
Yeah, nice clarity, nice quality. It's hash rosin, so it always seems to come out pretty darn stable when you use real nice, properly dried hash. I seem to get a real nice, stable end product that stays. It just stays looking like a shatter for as long as I have it. I mean, this piece I've had probably for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe even a month now, and it's also just very stable.
Okay, so Marcus, what do you consider properly dried hash? So if it's not properly dried, it wouldn't look as nice, or?
Well, to me, there's drying hash is a two-part series. Imagine if you were to say have a bowl of grapes and you got those grapes all wet. With your naked eye, you would be able to see moisture droplets on the outside of the grapes, and this is what most people think is drying hash, where you can get all that moisture from the outside of the grape to be gone. But because people have introduced fresh frozen, which is a very wax membrane, a very full wax membrane. It's when you photograph resin that's been dried properly, like the majority of hash producing countries in the world have always dried and cured the bud, which is what they're really doing is they're drying the resin, because curing that resin and drying that resin on the plant is the easiest place you'll ever find. It's like they have their own little stands. Each little head has its own stand and it can just dry right there. But once you take them off and put them together, they don't dry the same way. So a lot of the countries that have produced hash for decades, they understand this, and they cure out that head so it gets shrinks a little bit, like it creates ridges, and it's almost like anyone that dry sifts knows that this is absolutely necessary, 100% necessary for dry sifting. And over the years, I really came to the conclusion that it's pretty important for wet washing as well. I would never say that people shouldn't make fresh frozen. That's an opinion that lies on the end user. But for me, I like the idea of curing out my herb properly, which means drying it, which means getting the moisture on the outside of the wax membrane to be dry and gone, but then taking it a step further and actually drying out the gland head and shrinking that wax membrane down. That is what I prefer to make hash with. And I find a lot of people, they're like, oh, I can't get melty hash. It only melts when it's fresh frozen, and I've microplaned it. So fresh frozen, you've got the moisture of the wax membrane. Microplaning, you're reaching the head into many open parts, releasing those oils. It definitely does produce a melty effect, but it's not necessarily what I would call a full melt hash. I like the idea of having those glands in contact and being able to hit them like that, dab them on a nail, and see that they, evaporate out to almost nothing.
Well, I wonder, relating back to what Jeff was saying earlier about hash and microbial contamination of hash. I mean, microbes need a certain amount of moisture to thrive, and again, below a certain moisture content, they just can't exist. Their spores essentially could be there, but they just won't germinate. They won't thrive unless the moisture content is a particular level. And again, when you get the bacterial infection in there, now bacteria starts chewing on the molecules, which changes. Again, it's going to start oxidizing the ring and converting the THC into metabolites that are then going to go on to CBN. It's basically going to start changing medicine in the plant. So again, water content, to me, what you're saying, Mark, might really play a very important role in this microbial contamination process.
I'm convinced of it, and it's been very important. People always mocked me hash. Well, I'm not going to show people a $10,000 freeze dryer back in the day and say, if you don't have this, then your fucking microbials cannot be tested. But I was definitely like, let's get the moisture out, as much of it as possible, and that's why I always used the desiccant, and I always told people to put it on like a thick cardboard, spread thin, so that moisture can be pulled out of the hash, and you can get the hash off the cardboard without it sticking. So this was something that for years people were like, oh, I don't need to do that, and they would have wet hash. I just seen it time and time again, even from well-known hash makers that claimed they didn't need to do it. I would smoke there. I actually squeezed moisture out of a well-known hash maker's hash that I was gifted in Amsterdam. Like literally held it between my fingers and saw a droplet of water come up. That's not just moist. That's like sopping wet. And yeah, it's I would rather have.
That's just going to favor bacterial infection, because again, bacteria is all around us. Bacteria is on our hands. Even you wash your hands several times a day, you still put your hands down on innate surfaces that can be like you don't know, like there could have just been a 3-year-old kid who just didn't wipe his ass, and he put his hand all over the railing that you're just grabbing because you're walking down a railing at a supermarket or a store or something. You never know. We live in a microbial world, and the best thing you can do is before handling your hash or before handling your plants is wash your hands. And if you're going to be handling hash really for immune-compromised patients, you should really be using sterile gloves and operating is in a germ-free environment as you possibly can operate.
But when you say this, doesn't it feel like outdoor pot is flood? It's funny because there's a new magazine out, and I'm not promoting it, but I'm pointing this out. It's a magazine by Cannabis. They do greenhouses. So they got great advertisement of this beautiful greenhouse. Birds could not shit on your food in here. But they have this cover story of a guy off the grid growing outside. And I mean, it's cool and all, but really, is a bunch of pot that birds can shit on and caterpillars can poop on, is that really medicine? Like, is this really what we would expect if we were buying food and brownies and bread and I just don't know. I really think that
we live in a microbial world, Todd.
And I don't disagree, but do you want a tomato that a bird shit on? I mean, do you want a bud that a bird pooped on? That to go into what you eat or what you smoke?
If you wash off your tomato that's got bird poop on it, it's totally fine. Just wash it.
Right, but how many people wash off buds because it washes off terpenes?
Yeah. Right, I know, it's a different thing.
I wash all my buds. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I wash them in cold water with ice.
With a bag, right?
Usually 8.
Yeah, I mean, Todd, I think I asked you this once before. I mean, you guys have never observed fouling, microbial fouling of the bags themselves, and that's interesting because you could get microbes and bacteria on the hash that you make from the bags, but for some reason the residue that's left behind on the bag doesn't foul. That's interesting.
Who said that?
I think Todd had said that before. I think I'd asked him.
No way, dude. If you don't clean your bags and you leave resin to build up anywhere in there, you will for sure have a foulage. You will for sure fail microbials.
Okay.
I guarantee you it's where tons of failage is happening from.
Okay,
unclean equipment. I think the thing.
I'm obsessive about how I clean my bags. I always have been. One of the things I said to people is you need to clean it immediately after pulling the hash out. You can't let it sit for like 4 seconds. It needs to be flipped inside out and ready. You take that hash off and it's like cold water ice bath cleaning the bag. If you let that resin build up, and it's very easy to see with a microscope how much resin can stay in that screen.
Okay.
You're for sure going to have problems.
So could I ask a question? Like, is there a sterilization procedure that you use to make sure that the bags are sterile between runs? And they're not contaminated?
I mean, aside from really cleaning them, that is the sterilization method. Now, for going up to the next level, for going up to commercial and medical, like I don't, particularly right now, it's just now that we're starting to drop this brand. So what I'm suggesting to people that are working on a larger level is that you need to look at commercial units, which are stainless steel. They won't be plastic and they won't be made of mesh. They'll be made out of stainless steel. And then stainless steel can be cleaned through steam, or it can be cleaned through chemical cleaning if that's how you feel you need to do it. But there are ways to clean stainless steel and get it right back on point so the microbials won't be failing. I see it as a stainless steel unit. That's what we're designing right now. Me and a couple of new partners. We haven't even named the company yet, but we have a stainless steel unit that it's been like some months that we've been working on it, getting this prototype together, and it's almost done. We've just got the mixer part that needs to come, and it's a beautiful stainless steel unit with a really beautiful cold sleeve that goes around the entire unit to maintain temperature. It's got a mixer that comes in through the top head and sits into the middle of the unit, and I'm excited about it. It's the screens are the part that's going to be the exciting part as well, because how you stack a stainless steel screen is not going to be in a bag. So You'll see. You'll all see. The pictures and the videos will be available in the next, what I think, 6 months. Hopefully, me and the West Coast Concentrate boys get to play around with this machine, and even sooner than that, like in the next 20 to 30 days, I'm hoping on doing a little prototype playing. So, yeah, I don't think that that the bags and the plastic machines are going to be the most ideal way to produce, medicine in that higher grade nutraceutical or pharmaceutical level. I just don't think that they'll ever be able to stand up to the same rigorous testing. That failures will be imminent.
So in the food industry right now, when they use stainless steel to process like biologicals and food and stuff that's meant for human consumption, I mean, typically what they use is bleach or some type of disinfectant process. But some of these things can be quite corrosive, like chlorine dioxide can be quite corrosive to some surfaces. And really, stainless steel, you got to remember that everything corrodes. It's all a matter of rate. And even stainless steel will eventually start pitting with treatments with bleach over and over and over again, because these...
I wouldn't personally use bleach.
Well, I'm just saying very, very, very dilute bleach, Mark. This is what's used in the food industry for sterilization of like food handling equipment. And I'm just sort of drawing the analogy to that. But the only other thing I was going to say is that, like, with the bubble bags, actually, if you think about it, it's one of the things where you might actually be able to use solvent to actually, because again, if the bubble bag material is resistant to the solvent, you could actually use solvent to actually clean the bags in between and really have a pristine bag each time you go around the loop, and not just worry about stuff that you're going to get out with water, but just why not use a solvent?
Yeah, I like to stay away from the solvents. I'll definitely come up with a method that's more along the lines of like steam cleaning, because we know that steam, which is how restaurants clean food, that clean plates and dishes that food is served on, we know that steam can clean those microbials 100%. So we don't need to be breaking down stainless steel with, and obviously water is going to still break it down as well. These are all different things that we're going to come across once we start doing things on a commercial level. You can't just come up with these things in your head and think that you're going to know how they work out. You have to do the work. And
well, I was thinking something more like alcohol, and if there was any like residual.
Alcohol can cause pitting on stainless steel as well. It was just mentioned by Jordan Clark in the chat. So there's definitely going to be dialogue and conversation open for this very concept. What the best way will be, the industry will decide for certain by the industry leaders coming up with those methods, and then the rest of everyone else, as per usual, copying.
Mark, I've had a steam cleaner for mold and mildew for years. Like, they run at about 1800 watts, the little hand cleaning units. They're easily able to sterilize, and that you basically use distilled water. So you try to go as neutral as possible, and you are steam distilling off everything you're hitting. So when it comes to round by round management with the lowest amount of degradation, it would be distilled water steam. The units are about $2,000, and I think it's just another mandatory piece. I use them to clean my kitchen when I wanted to jar blueberry jam in a commercial kitchen without using chemicals. Like, it had nothing to do with something as lucrative as keeping hash safe. So it's out there. It's just alternatives to chemicals are not usually given the same attention.
Yeah, I was thinking just in terms of cleaning the handling materials free from any buildup of resin. I mean, steam isn't going to touch that resin, and I'm just thinking in terms of any residual plant oil that could be left behind, which is where the bacteria and biofilm, because again, what biofilm is that even if you kill like the outer layer of bacteria, then the carcasses of the ones who came before them become the biofilm that new biobugs can start to infest. And I'm thinking that alcohol, again, just ethanol, would probably be the best solution, because first of all, it sterilizes the shit out of everything. It's what we use in microbiology to sterilize. When you want to sterilize something, you use alcohol. So to me, it's like alcohol would be a great solution. I don't mean using a solvent like butane. I mean using a disinfectant like alcohol, where you're not only killing the bacteria, but you're also dissolving any residual plant, shit that's in your bubble bag or on your stainless steel equipment to basically create a place to harbor new bacteria that can live in like the nooks and crannies of your equipment.
Someone's saying my sound is off right now. Are people hearing me, or is what's going on? I want to make sure that
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. It's probably just someone that's having their own problem. Yeah, no problem.
Bong rip.
Bong rip. Always a bong rip.
I'll second that motion.
People are asking me if I'm patenting all these things. I'm like, no, we don't do the patenting thing. I have no problem leasing a patent from someone if my business is taking me down a road that their patent is blockading and I require their patent. Of course I'll lease a patent. Someone's done the work. I'm not shitting on people that do patents. I respect it as a methodology of producing monetary gain or control over something, or even just the ability to not be controlled. However, I am not a patent guy myself. I'm not trying to patent the ideas that I am avidly telling and giving away here on Hash Church. Just if you tell people things, the next guy's going to think about something even better that you didn't think about, and they'll be like, oh, I heard what you said on Hash Church. This is why we open dialogue. It'll happen like that too. Someone will text me or email me and say, hey, I heard what you said and I wanted to let you know this, and because of the way I shared it, it'll come back to me full circle like that, where someone, rather than feel like they should hold on to this piece of information that could potentially help me, it's nice not to hold on to that piece of information. It's like holding on to that cut that you're not supposed to share.
A patent is there to protect the commercial rights to an invention, and I can tell you, I got a couple of them, and there's nothing like that moment of invention, Mark, when you're trying something and there's a eureka moment where, I'm telling you, man, you'll never forget it, and you'll know when it happens that, man, I just did something for the first time and it's totally fucking cool and I could patent it. So I mean, I think a lot of people think that they want to make a lot of money and they need to patent something that's it has to be something that isn't obvious, and I think.
Yeah, but can I interject a minute? I think what Mark is saying, Mark, is that's totally different. If you're inventing something, that's one thing, but a lot of people are taking technologies that pre-exist for food, for processing, for perfume, terpene extraction. They're going, I own that. That's mine, and it's fucked up because it's like we're all coming to the same conclusions. We're all following down the same paths. Winterization was for mayonnaise and for other things. It wasn't for making hash, but we all use the terminology now, and I'm sure there's someone out there like, I'm going to patent winterization for weed, and that's where I think it's a little fucked.
A patent is only as good as it'll hold up in an infringement case against it, and none of those patents will ever hold up because there's a truckload of prior art that could use to be invalidating those patents.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing about prior art, because I went through a patent that involved prior art that existed, but the prior art was deemed that it didn't hold up. So no matter how much prior art there is, trust me on this when I say going through a patent case, it's not as easy as you think. Like a lot of people say that Reinhardt's water extraction patent wouldn't hold up, but it held up as strong as steel in court for 7+ years before I decided to.
I would say 50% of my patents were all rejected. I was told that it's obvious. The onus is back on the inventor. But you have to basically distinguish your invention from the prior art, and the onus.
Oh, I know how it works better than most because, like I said, I spent 8 years in a patent litigation case. So I'm very, very intimate with how patent law works, how patents work, and how, terrifyingly enough, if it gets far enough, in the end it can be decided by a judge. A single judge can decide your patent case. So it's definitely freaky. I think it's important that the right people patent things, and for the right reasons, so that we are not kept from doing the work, but that the people who make those patents don't turn around and in turn start keeping people from allowing, hey, if you've made a patent, great, just lease it out at a reasonable fee, and then everyone can still play. No one's being controlled, and it's not like you can't play. You just lease the patent. This is how industry works. You don't think Apple is leasing 150 fucking patents from Samsung and vice versa? They lease patents from one another. That's how it works.
License is the correct word. They license the patent.
They
license technology. That's absolutely right. All the pharmaceutical companies do it. All the multinational food companies do it. All the restaurants do it. They cross-license each other's
I'm
brands.
doing it.
Yeah. And to tell you the truth,
Yeah.
Mark, it actually creates a new opportunity in cannabis. Again, when you're growing something new and you think you have something new, you don't necessarily need to patent it. The other kind of intellectual property, like I've explained to Horatio, is something called a trade secret. A trade secret is something like the secret formula of Coca-Cola, which is not in a patent. The 6 ingredients are on the side of the can of Coke. Everyone sees the 6 ingredients, but the process used to make Coca-Cola from those 6 ingredients is a magic special trade secret process that's locked up in some doubly vaulted thing in some basement in some high rise in Atlanta, Georgia, with 2 big badass motherfuckers outside the door. I'm telling you, dude.
The secret to
So Horatio is again a perfect example of someone here on the panel who basically uses the trade secret type of intellectual property. And so if you have your own strain or your own process or you just basically create your brand based on that trade secret, and that becomes your intellectual property.
Boom.
That is absolutely right. But it's much more complicated to actually navigate in the normal world where everyone thinks in patents and also thinks about attacking whatever license you're offering. As soon as they have it, it will be the game of, can you get me to pay the actual fee over time? And does the system basically protect people whose trade secrets have been violated as well as they would a patent holder?
Well, I sure am happy to have paid. I'm happy that it worked out the way it did. I'm happy to license Reinhardt's patent. There's no doubt about that the first water hash bags, the isolator bags, were a 100% copy of Reinhardt's machine. Eldon came up with it, Mark Rose manufactured and named them, and he is now the manufacturer for bubble bags. So there's no escaping that bubble bags 100% came out of that birth of the ice-cold extractor machine to the isolator to the bubble bags. And that's why, for me, being called a rip-off artist or a thief by many of my competitors over the years, it felt great vindication to pay off the licensing fee for my entire history and into the future, knowing that none of them did.
Right. I mean, that's the storybook case of how patents protect the inventor on his or her intellectual property.
Yeah, he invented this machine. Now, don't get me wrong. Kay from Trichome Technologies knew about water hash in the 90s. Skunkman Sam knew about it in the 80s. Neville knew about it in the 80s, and an unknown American that told that Neville could have known about it pre the 80s. I have no idea. But the history of people knowing goes back further. The unfortunate concept of the prior art, where it really hit a snag, was that the prior art was in an advertisement in a 1988 issue of High Times magazine called Sadhu Sam's Water Extraction Process, but the process wasn't published. It was a secret that you had to order through the mail. So it created this whole people could still publicly acquire the knowledge, but it wasn't really published publicly.
Right. It results as a disclosure,
So,
but it's not fully disclosing the method or the process by which they did it.
These other companies were happy to just the wild, wild west and be shooting guns into the air. I kind of felt like I needed to do something to make myself feel right about all this, and that how could it happen that this one gentleman who patented it and who brought it to light and who was the reason why it got copied into these bags, how could I not sort of show, pay my proper dues to that man? And I feel very good that I did, I got to say. Go ahead, Todd.
I didn't mean to interrupt, actually. When you were saying that, I actually kind of lost track actually of what you were saying. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. Actually, I was trying to get
patents and
Shamir and Rob to come join us. You know, I think it's things that like this. I wanted to say that people made a comment that in the 60s people were making water hash, and I highly doubt it. You know, a lot of these technologies, both, you know, water and solvent, are relatively new to the cannabis industry. I mean, this is, we're learning as we go.
They knew about it in the 80s, so it's not impossible that the unknown American may have known about it in the 70s, is all that I said. And welcome, Chimera. There's been 1,000 people waiting for you and Rob. No pressure.
No pressure.
What is 1,000 people like? That's like a small venue, isn't it? That's pretty good.
Oh, hi.
Oh, well, hello there. We've all been blowing smoke towards the Vatican for approximately 2 hours and 14 minutes with no Bubba Rob to be seen. No pressure. Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. And back to you, Todd. I think I cut you off. I'm sorry.
You didn't cut me off. Okay. You know, look, I was just saying that a lot of this technology is fairly new. I mean, especially when you're getting into water and solvents, and we're learning. We're still learning so much. The handling, the processing, cleanliness in between runs. I mean, this is still such an educational curve for so many. I mean, I hope people realize that. That's really the reason I'm on this in the morning. You know, trying to put out good information, learn myself good information, and, you know, cut through the shit.
I'm at Hash Church, and I'm so stoked to see over 1,000 people live viewing the show right now. We were stuck at 700 for so long. The only thing I did differently was I posted a link on my Instagram account for the first time yesterday about Hash Church. So it seemed to bump us up that extra 300 people, and it's fucking awesome that there's this many people that are really interested in learning as much about cannabis as they possibly can.
Yeah.
So they're asking about
some
Guardian thing.
This has kind of inspired me to want to start publishing a digital magazine and start putting quality information out. And anyone listening and stuff, I would urge you to go, you know, to my website, hit me up. I'm looking for, you know, articles, photos that are really things that are going to be timeless. That, you know, we can share with each other. We can show each other examples of really good flowers, really good hash, and I mean, not just fill, you know, like. In sense, I mean, I love high times, but I'm so sick of the same stuff. And I mean, I think that instead of just trying to fill up pages, we should really be trying to preserve the history and move these stories through so that more and more people can benefit them further in the future.
Well, here's one that people have been asking about all day, and I've kind of been waiting for more people to come in before I asked it. It is the ivermectin Guardian scandal.
Yeah.
So people are asking about Guardian and the scandal that ensues. They're asking Mr. Mark Scialdone or anyone else that wants to comment.
Are we talking about the drug trial that just happened?
No, this is the fact that they're finding ivermectin or ivermectin in Guardian, which is an insect control product that's not supposed to be including that active ingredient, which is a known insecticide. And yeah, okay, so I could comment a little bit on this. Again, these insecticides are actually natural products. They're systemic, and again, highly fat soluble. So they're going to be in any concentrate if they're sprayed, foliar, you know, during bud, during flowering. Because I don't think these things really are metabolized in the plant. Again, it's a systemic insecticide, so it's delivered all throughout the plant, from what I understand. It's not like this thing, microbutanil, that when it thermally degrades is going to give hydrogen cyanide. When this stuff thermally degrades, when I look at those molecules as an organic chemist, they're just going to turn to tar. They're just basically a disaccharide with a macrolide on it. That's basically on the nail, at a nail temperature, is just going to turn to goo and tar. So it's something that you definitely don't want in your hash. You don't want it certainly at a certain level. But, you know, as low, supposedly low mammalian toxicity, although there's some debate in the literature about that. But it's not supposed to be included in Guardian, from what I understand, that this was either a unintentional or intentional contamination issue, but this is something that they found, and I had several people contact me yesterday from both Washington and Oregon about issues of this coming up. So I know it's an issue, and I think that, again, if you're putting this stuff on your plant in flower, it's a mistake because that compound ain't going nowhere but into your extract.
Yeah,
So
I was going to say it concentrates, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Mark, I don't think, again, when I look at the molecule itself, it's just going to turn to tar on the nail. It's not going to do anything bad. It's not going to release any noxious chemicals, but I don't think you want it in your hash at all.
Do you know the difference between abamectin and ivermectin?
Yeah, so these are related macrolides that are basically both natural products that are from the same family of macrolides. I think they control slightly different spectrum. Chimera, you might know more about this than I do, about the spectrum of insects they control. But basically I can tell you that they're highly effective at low use rates, and they are systemic, and they typically are the kinds of things that are used on fruits and vegetables that are washed. And if you don't wash your cannabis, like most people don't, except Marcus, right? This stuff's going to be in your concentrator. It's going to be in your weed. It's not going to go anywhere.
It's systemic. You can't wash it. Yeah, I think they're translaminar. It's actually abamectin is avid for people that know. A lot of the people don't know the chemical names. They know the brand names of these products. Josh Werzer from SC Labs was doing some experimentation with this, and he told me that when they take the pure compound and they make up their standards for the injection into the GC for calibrating, that even leaving it on the bench for a short period of time, it starts to break down already. So whether abamectin on the nail, what it does, is not really the question. It's always when we're spraying crop protection chemicals on plants, it's really about the half-life of the products that you're putting on the plants, and do the plants break it down, or does oxygen break the chemical down into something else? So, just simply looking for that one molecule isn't necessarily the issue. You have to look for all the metabolites too.
I think it photolytically degrades in the environment. I don't think it has a very long photo half-life. I can look that up. I just seem to remember that from looking at the MSDS. But if you read the MSDS, it doesn't really say anything bad about its environment. I mean, it doesn't look like it's that bad of a chemical. I don't, just comparing it with things like DDT and phosphates and shit like that, or myclobutanil, which we know when you heat up, it releases cyanide.
Or just compare it to like the things that they call pharmaceutical medications that are supposed to help you, fix what ails you. I mean, some of that shit we were laughing earlier about how toxic and poisonous it is. This is like FDA approved.
Well, it's not approved for cannabis, right? And I think that's really the issue here is that, partly because the FDA or the EPA or the federal law in the states, you can't test these plants, these chemicals on cannabis. We don't really know this information, so people are speculating on what happens in the plant based on what happens in tobacco. Cultivation practices are different for tobacco and cannabis. So.
Yeah. No, I just meant pharmaceutical. Did you get muted? Can you say something, Chimera?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Yeah, I thought you got muted, but it wasn't showing that you were muted. Sorry.
But yeah, the science, we still need to catch up. Comes back again to the science. We need to catch up and actually have somebody do research on what happens on these plants. Can you detect these these compounds when you spray them at whatever concentration? And right now there's no regulation, so people are spraying whatever they want.
Well, and the people who own the registration for those active ingredients will not pay for the tests because of Schedule 1. And so we're back to Schedule 1 listing basically getting in the way of being able to advance what needs to be advanced here, which is basically the approval of these active ingredients to be used on something that's meant to be smoked or extracted. And again, that's going to require years of testing and safety testing before they even consider granting registrations, and that's regulated under FIFRA, which is an EPA regulatory thing. It's a mess. It really is.
Well, I
Because
know
all those companies are companies like Bayer, DuPont, Syngenta, Monsanto. Yeah, do you trust crop protection chemicals from that group of companies?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, why not? They are experts in the field. But I mean, I think the more important question is do we really need to be spraying these chemicals on something that we're ingesting? And you know, I keep going back to the Canadian MMPR, but it's just because it's a system that's set up where they've already addressed these issues. And you're not allowed to spray microbutanil on cannabis plants under the MMPR. You're not allowed to spray abamectin on.
Right.
Right. So it's kind of, you know, as much as we're having this discussion, I think the larger point remains is the topic of will regulation fix production standards to the point where we don't necessarily need to be spraying chemicals on plants?
Let's hope so.
Well, in the small term, we're seeing that in Berkeley with when the city in October before it hit the actual shelves, we saw quite a few regular vendors fail on many different levels for different things that were in them. They were failed due to pesticides. There was failures due to herbicides, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, it does. It makes that wider choice much more limited. It is teaching others that there are standards that they have to fall in line with and to. And as frustrated as the new regulations coming in California are from the producer, etc. standpoint, but what it will do for the end user is give a better understanding, as well as it has opened up the agricultural department and all these other departments now to have to deal with cannabis, where in the past they've been very hands-off. So I think we're in a unique window of opportunity where you scientists can get in there and actually affect change and also show the studies that have to take place, because we're dealing with a very unique, we're not dealing with a tobacco, we're dealing with a tobacco that can also be made into edibles, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a unique anomaly that cannabis is, and I hope we'll see some better standardization come out through 2018, 19, et cetera, as they get a better understanding on top of organic certification, allowing people to even go that route finally. So it will be interesting to see what transpires, and that's what's so exciting about this time, is that we need to isolate what research, because otherwise we are exactly as you said, Chimera, we're falling back on the Canadian standards, because we have to go from the standards. We have to start from somewhere. But that just has constantly left us from the beginning. We have to reinvent the wheel. We had to go out and find the researchers and bring them to start THC testing. Out of that, we found CBD. Now we're finding other things. So it's a constant evolving situation. And as I said, it's a very exciting time right now because of the research that still needs to be done, so that we can even understand what we're putting in now, because even the standards that are set forth by Berkeley I don't think are correct. I think they are modifiable, but they're starting at a place. They're starting somewhere so that we can then move the discussion forward into a different era. But right now we're just stuck on the very basics. It's as it is. It's also frustrating. It's very frustrating when some of my favorite vendors that I like, I can no longer get because they fail the standards, and I can't put it out by the city law. By that, people are conforming, but that's in the small. I mean, Berkeley is as rare as it gets. I'm not going to deny that. And it's being interesting to see what happens with the state regulation, but as well as other states coming online, like, Oregon's law is better than seems to be Washington or Colorado's to an extent, So what will California's be? What will Hawaii's be? What will Nevada's be? There's approximately 7 states coming online this year alone, approximately, which is going to open up even more Pandora's box, because no state has a universal understanding, much less, unlike Canada, we don't have a government that is giving us standards to start with, so we have to create our own standard, which is frustrating, and especially to the individual farmer, and it's going to get even more so now with the new setup of the distributor system in between the two, but I think it's all to force change that's going to be better for the end consumer, but I think it's going to be quite a learning curve for the producer as well as the retailers. There's no doubt of it.
Yeah, I think Berkeley did a great thing with that whole regulation. You know, if it's not passing, then there's a reason it's not passing. And it, you know, as much as you say, well, they're your favorite suppliers or you like them. I mean, if they're failing for pesticides or they're failing for microbial contamination, you really don't want to be smoking their product, do you?
Exactly. Friends is friends, business is business, and that's where I have to say I'm sorry. You know, as much as we have a friendship, your product is not cuss mustard, and I'm sorry, the line is drawn in the sand. I didn't draw it. I have to follow it, and so that's where it becomes my responsibility to follow, to lead by example, and that's where it's great sometimes, but liberating as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, how do we have two Todd McCormicks? And I swear I was just about to boot the one, and it turned into Rob. I forget, Todd's running like a server over there or something with like multiple spots, computers, the whole 9 yards. He's just got...
It's like a hostel, but
He's
different.
running a hostel, a hash hostel, a hash halfway house.
He just has a feeble house guest like me.
Whoa, that was a crazy one. Thank you for quickly muting that. I do appreciate it.
That was me.
Excellent. Yeah, so that was that's all about the Guardian. And Guardian, of course, for those who don't know, it was for mites, is it not? Wasn't it no chemicals used, like mite deterrent? Is that what it was for? No one's going to answer.
Yes.
Well,
Yes. Mites, bugs, all kinds of creepy crawlies.
creepy crawlies. Look, our room is almost full now. We're building up nicely here.
Yeah, it's Avid. Avid is mostly for mites. That's what most people use it for, and it's crazy. I mean, this is one of the things in Canada also. I mean, they sell this shit under the counter at the grocery stores.
Right. Yeah,
So
I've heard
it's
of
not
that.
like it's not available. You can, if you want it, you can go and get it.
Yeah, I don't trust a lot of the cannabis to extract from it. It's I mean, Horatio could go into it more for sure and throw them all under the bus, but just the shit that he's pulling out of the plants, it's just like, what the fuck? Is it from the nutrients? Is it from some spray? Is it from like, what are those like 0.5 micron screens in the Buckner that you have, Horatio?
Yeah, like daily use, I'll start like 1.5 micron, and then if something looks retarded, then you go down to 0.5, and if it keeps looking retarded, then you go down to 0.2, and now you're just angry because you just want to solve what it is to prevent it, but you really you filtered everything to shit, trying to discover how to make it clean, and now you don't feel clean at all, and you chuck it anyway, and you've lost the labor. You can go down, you can filter out bacteria easily, and then you can go down to viruses, but that's when you start to go, this has got to be a pesticide, this has got to be something that has the same boiling point, it's blending, it's mixing with solvent and not letting it go because it's persistent and definitely liquid. And like when I listened to what Mark said, and I'm like, the boiling point of microbutanol turns into cyanide when you heat it up. Well, wait a minute, that boiling point's the same as my favorite fucking terps. This is a disaster. This could show up in terps, even if you tried to steam distill them. Like, that is so systemically scary if that's the upside and the downside of chemical extraction. You could get the unknown, but you're definitely picking up the other unknown, like microbutanol, which, does that wash out in water as a benefit?
Well, I mean, it's typically like most of these azoles, like, I don't know if microbutanol is one, but I could talk about like propiconazole and tebuconazole are belong to the same class of conazole fungicides that microbutanol is. And it doesn't contain a cyano group, doesn't contain that cyanide, which again it's a benzylic cyanide, so it's set up to do a thermal elimination. And there's a variety of different products, so I don't know why that one is particularly used. And again, if it comes in contact with humans, it has low toxicity, But when it's heated up, you've now just completely destroyed the molecule. Now you have the thermal decomposition products to deal with, which is what we're talking about.
There it is. How are you doing today, Tony?
Oh, hey, how's it going? Sorry, I was late start today. I suffer from like severe migraines, and I sometimes get them, very rarely. But it took me about 3 hours to be able to actually have a lamp on. But I'm all right. I'm doing a little better now.
Yeah, that sucks, dude. I hate migraine headaches. Definitely no fun on those. It's been years since I had one. But
You didn't try snorting cayenne pepper, Tony? It
Yeah.
worked. I'm telling you.
I should try that actually.
The rush of blood to the head. I mean, again, my friend who does it suffers from migraines, and he says that this is the only thing that works for him. He takes a little bit on the end of his finger, sniffs it, and he turns into a piece of shit for like a couple minutes because it just burns, and he's like, ah! But his migraine goes away. And there's something to it. Yeah, try that next time if you.
it sounds like one of those life hacks that's a trick where, you know, they're telling you how to put salt in your gas tank or sugar in your gas tank gives you more mileage or something. Like, it does sound like one of those. You're supposed to record it too, Tony, I'm pretty sure.
Cayenne's pretty powerful. I remember when I started reading that literature, and I'm like, I have to put it on everything. And then one day I'm like, okay, it has to blend with the food. I can't just put powder in my mouth and take the pain. But I've definitely gotten it up my nose in a lot of those blockage type situations. And unfortunately, it is a natural solution that works for pirates.
I think it's just an incredible rush of blood to the head that just clears out everything. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's nothing to it. Maybe it's psychosomatic. I don't know.
It makes sense, you know, that I know people use eucalyptus oil and different essential oils for a similar thing, just on their temples or to be breathing it. You know, those little things that you stick up your nose are similar, where they're trying to break through. If I just eat it, I can get my sinuses to release the pressure that's in there.
Well, anyone who's ever took a bite out of a habanero pepper knows that those molecules that are in there, those capsaicins, are very, very, you know, they're just, it's like poison ivy. You immediately just, I mean, I don't know what other words to use. It's just
like the cartoon when their face turns red. It's like, that's exactly what it's like.
Yeah, so there's some molecular recognition happening, because even at very, very low concentrations, you could make a big pot of chili, like a 5-gallon pot of chili, throw like one little habanero pepper in there, and it just kicks up the whole thing a notch or two.
Yeah, we didn't have. There's no cayenne pepper over here. There's some Pizza Hut red pepper that comes with the pizza. I don't think that's the same thing.
Try it. Just try big chunks of red pepper in your nose. Just be like, oh man, that Mark Scialdone, man, he might know his
Doctor.
The perfect example of why when someone gives you advice, it's best not to change any of the key ingredients. Nice little break we're having here on Hash Church 69 with 1,075 viewers. It's nice to break the 1,000 mark. We're never going back. We're never going back.
I'm going to try my migraine recipe as this some pure AC/DC.
Why don't you snort a milliliter of terpenes? That'll do it.
Maybe I could pull the terpenes from red cayenne and then snort that.
Now you're talking. You don't have to snort it, I bet, at that point. Just put it on your temples. Keep it away from your eyes.
Yeah, eucalyptus oil?
Your eye.
I do have some. I do have some eucalyptus.
Yeah.
Things like that. They wanted me to snort cayenne.
Yeah, they wanted you to blow up on fucking church.
I want to see you do it.
I take no responsibility for this.
There's There's probably at least 100 viewers right now snorting cayenne.
I shouldn't have said anything.
You know, Chimera sent me a funny link. It was a Who Is at the last year week at the end of Hash Church, and it was less than half a day. I think it was 11 or 12 hours. And the term that Chimera said that I said I liked, the cannabs and terps, someone registered that at whois.com, not at whois. I think it was GoDaddy or whatever, but it was very funny to think that it was mentioned, and within like 12 hours, people were registering the domain names of that term, cannabs and terps.
So the question becomes: is who is going to register snortcayenne.com?
Snort Cayenne. Snortcayenne.com, or maybe we got to incorporate headaches into there as well. Like,
and not only that, what micron do you like your cayenne?
What's that?
I said, what micron do you like your cayenne?
Oh, right, yeah, micron. What micron do you like your cayenne? Are you squeezing cayenne to make rosin out of it and then just...
Hey, I met Tibetan traders. These guys used a little bit of very finely powdered chili, and they mixed it with their snuff, tobacco snuff, all very finely powdered. And they loved it. That was their normal thing. It heated them up. They thought it was great. So, hey, there's a little anecdotal evidence for you. I'll take my cut on snortcayenne.com.
I wonder if the capsaicins and the cannabinoids work somehow synergistically, like if you had cannabinoids and capsaicins versus just capsaicins alone.
Interesting. That, of course, if there's value in it, of course they did it a long time ago. I wonder how far back that goes, Rob. A little cayenne in your schnuff.
Well, I wonder if there's an endocapsaicin system, like there's an endocannabinoid system, because those molecules, again, are very, very active at very low concentrations. And you'd have to think that, again, they're binding to something, having some kind of physiological effect that could be, you know, again, maybe some kind of outer ring manifestation of what's happening in the cannabinoid system. And so somehow there is the blending of these systems in the body that somehow is mutually activated with the snuff that Rob was talking about.
More spicy strains.
So I could change the shirts and make this like the 25,000, make it the 90,000 is like the super fire. That's props. I just read that in chat, so I don't want to say that that was my joke. But
no, the 25 is for LSD 25. Come on now. We know what 25 means.
Yeah, but the 25,000, right? We're talking, what is it, skulls? Skulls? How do they measure heat again? Come on, guys. Someone knows this. Nobody knows.
Scoville units or whatever they're called.
Scovilles. It's something like that. Exactly. Thank you. So that's what I was referring to, like 90,000.
Maybe it's a long coevolutionary process. You've got capsicum peppers and Nicotianum. You've got the tobacco. They're from the same family, and they're New World plants. Obviously, the Chinese, maybe they did the combo, but must come from the New World. I mean, this warrants a lot deeper research. This is important stuff.
Potential book in the future there.
So you want me to try to develop a cannabinoid snuff?
With a high Scoville count.
High Scoville count, so it'd be like Ghost Snuff? Ghost Snuff OG?
Oh, no, these are ghost peppers. No.
Ghosts?
1 million Scoville units.
Yeah, that's a ghost pepper is like over 1 million Scoville units. You don't want to do that. That will fuck your shit up.
Yeah, that's dry heaving in the parking lot time, and stay away from water. Maybe get a quart of yogurt and a loaf of bread.
That'd help your ass too.
Yeah, you might want to be diluting that.
Yeah,
one.
maybe
you said that would help your abs?
No. He definitely
I said, God help your ass, because if he goes, it's got to come out. And if it hurts that much, it can't feel very fucking wonderful going out.
it fucks you up so much you forget you have a migraine.
Yeah, no shit. Fix it right there, Tony.
Yeah, I'd bring a gallon of Pepto-Bismol or something with that shit.
Maybe why taking dabs helps is just the fact that when you cough, you rush blood to your head. Because every time I cough, it feels like right around here gets tighter, and so when you have a migraine, it pushes your whole brain out. Maybe that's why it's mimicking the cayenne experience.
Possibly.
So did you guys talk about phytocannabinoids and water yet?
Phytocannabinoids and water?
Yeah.
In relation to each other, or?
In relation to your entire career and what you do by separating heads and water?
Yeah, we've been talking about water hash a little bit, for sure. We're always, talking about the dangers of microbials, of course.
Uh-huh. Well, there was an interesting discussion that came up on Instagram about it started with running fresh frozen versus running dry buds, and I know once upon a time Robert and Sam and our other friend that passed away last year, we all sat around talking about dry sift and the importance of really curing the plant out so that those heads get a little harder and they're easy to break off at the stalks. And then we once talked about the experiment of taking that sift and putting it in a glass of ice water and watching the heads fall down to the bottom. And everything I've read and everything I understood was that unless your water solubility is at 11, pH is at 11, then it's not soluble. So the question was, and it gets really technical, is if you're taking perfectly cured resin heads that have been separated and put them into water, does the water react with the heads? If not, would fresh material taken where the resin heads haven't had a chance to cure out over several months, as we were talking about with sift, would the water affect it differently from a cured resin head versus a fresh resin head? I lost you.
Now I'm muted, asking you if you're muted. That was pretty ridiculous.
That's funny. Now I'm muted.
We talked about that very thing, and I sort of talked about, how that we were going to really be coming at it from a perspective of, drying and curing the bud up, the resin. I find curing the resin on the bud to be great. It's a nice, perfect little spot to get that resin head to dry, rather than extracting the resin heads off and then trying to dry them all together. It becomes more of a challenge, especially for people that don't have access to the lab equipment that a lot of people are using now. I also think that when I dry and cure material, and I run it through water and the water exposure is short, that it doesn't absorb the same amount of water as it does when the membrane seems to be very fresh. And when I run that fresh material, it almost seems as though the heads seem to bloat a little from the water that is present in the water hash. So for me, I'm definitely more promoting the drying and curing of the resin and getting it ready. Those little raisins dry off faster and they don't absorb water at the same rate as fresh frozen, at least from in my limited experience.
Well, in everything you read, it says, phytocannabinoids or cannabinoids aren't soluble in water. So that's the whole reason why it works really well when you wash resin off with bubble bags and things like that, separate them with the screens with the different head sizes. So it was a conversation that came up, and this is probably one for Mark too, because the ideology behind calling something solventless versus solvent-free, I think that we try to kind of draw the line in the industry that kind of says to the consumer, if it's somebody saying solvent-free, generally some kind of solvent was used and then the solvent was taken out to a quote-unquote solvent-free.
Yeah, it usually implies added. It usually implies you added something. A solvent is something you have a 55-gallon drum of at your facility, and you add it to something. Yes.
So now with water, sure, by the definition, water can be used as a solvent. We see water used as solvents with teas and different things like that. But I always, and I tried to answer this on Instagram, was that the reason why we call it solventless in the water hash process is because water in essence is not diluting, and it's not being a solute to the trichome heads, so it's not acting as a solvent.
Can I say this though, Tone? You know, I feel like we didn't really call water hash non-solvent hash until we had BHO and PHO and solvents on the scene, and then the water people didn't want to call themselves water hash. They wanted to say it was not solvent, because even I was on the boat where I didn't like BHO. The first word turned me off. Click. I was like,
it's a non-dissolving solvent. It's a solvent.
And I think that it was a marketing thing more than it was anything, because now we're having all these great terpene conversations, and water sure the fuck is a terpene solvent.
Yeah, it's a water is a solvent that acts to coagulate and not to dissolve. So you're just using the solvent, a different property of the solvent, which is the fact that it's going to coagulate the heads and not dissolve it like butane would.
Is there anything to say about the fact water could be a solvent to the microbutanol, and therefore it's not really about the process being solvent-free, but whether the product has the potential by the process to be solvent-free? Because when I see the fact that people abuse something like a bubble bag by force rinsing it with cheap alcohol, then their bubble hash can be solvent contaminated, and for a long time, solvent-free got a pass from those categories of testing that could, you expect to find solvent residue. And that's kind of where it got really iffy in markets where you don't have to test. It's like, well, this is solvent-free. This is, the people's meds. And then the people's meds gets infiltrated by people who are going to basically dip a bubble bag in fucking ISO and then blow dry it off and do another run, versus people who take their time to clean their equipment properly. Like, there's subterfuge in everything once you have a name that's like starts to feel like organic all over again.
Yeah, I mean, the word solvent, it implies that you're solving, you're dissolving something. So in most cases, the use of a solvent is used to dissolve something. You're dissolving something. But in the water hash case, again, it's a very unique case where you're not really dissolving stuff per se, but you're using it to coagulate the heads. It just, again, a different semantics or different terminology.
You know what, though? I think it's marketing. I think what we've been bumping into is a lot of it, because then I would have to ask is what I see happens with Vernon's high pH water hash when, is emulsification dissolving to a degree? Because
now,
if you're
what emulsification is, Todd, is that at a particular pH, what we see with lipids is that they form these inclusion bodies that scatter light. So when you see an emulsion, you look at something that has clear, you could see through, and all of a sudden it becomes completely opaque and you can't see it because these particles are now scattering light, and so you're just changing the nature and arrangement of these things called colloids. And what colloids are loose assemblies of molecules and how they interact in something like a solution.
Not to sound like a weirdo, but now that is similar to what's happening when you put it through a solvent too, though. The CO2 is acting, the butane's acting, the propane's acting much the same way. I mean, it's breaking it down into micromolecules that are then recoagulating, if you will. And this is what hash is. This is what cannabinoids are. What the terpenes are. This is what we're dabbing. Right?
I would add to Todd's statement as well that, like, it's true. The solventless name is kind of a funny. It is partially marketing for sure, a big chunk of it, because listen to this. Terpenes themselves act as solvents and break down plastics and other harsh things. So, and they're present in all of our solvents, we would hope. So to call your solventless extract solventless, it's kind of funny because those terpenes are present, and so
Yeah, I guess you could say, Mark, again, no added solvent. So, like, if you're making rosin and you're doing, like, what we think is a flash steam distillation out of the bud or out of the hash, and you're making that rosin through that, you're not adding any solvent. You're just using the solvent and the nature of the moisture and the fluids and the liquids that are there within the material itself. So you're not adding solvent. And I think the word solvent always, to me as a chemist, thinks that you're adding something. It's something that you add, and now, again, if you're going to add it, you got to take it away too.
Well, see, I just think that the whole non-solvent thing was literally out of a bad marketing idea by people smoking spliffs, thinking that they were going to differentiate themselves from the solvent industry that was stepping up around them. And it's a misnomer. We're having conversations about terpenes being important now. Water clearly dissolves terpenes, and truthfully now, I don't really have the nose for a lot of the water hash now that I know what it smells like coming off of a butane extraction where more of the terpenes were pulled and retained. I feel like it's a different set of notes, if you will. I mean, and you know, right now, to be honest, my favorite extraction is butane over everything, because I think it does a best job of pulling the actual essence of the flower.
It becomes a personal opinion, though. At that point,
my personal opinion all day, yeah. But I loved water hash for a long time until I started getting around really finely crafted BHO, and then realizing the nuances, the scents, the smells, the strength. There's so much there. I mean, honestly, I you know.
The one thing I was going to say, and I think, like, I used to explain this when I was actually a bud tender many years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago. Somebody asked me, what's the difference between butane and water hash? And in layman's term, I would say, well, in one scenario, we're gently collecting those little resin heads and separating all the contamination. In the other sense, we're inverting. We're inverting those heads. We're blowing them up, and we're taking all the oils, and we're taking all the terpenes, we're taking everything else, and we're still filtering out contamination, but that's the difference between oil and hash. And so that's how I always looked at water, as more of a carrier, not something that's dissolving. And so I do agree with what you're saying. It just, as far as the marketing, so maybe what it just needs to be is simply as what I started using is just chemical free. It's just, if you're going to do water, if you're doing something with rosin or water hash or making medicine that way, shouldn't it just be called chemical free?
Why don't you just call it what it is? Water hash, one word in BHO, the process. Butane, you know, or BHO, propane, or CO2. Why does water have to have some fancy word around it? Why can't it be water?
The same reason you're not calling your magazine Cannabis Magazine. Because you have a name picked out for your magazine that you want to brand, and you want to share that with the world. And so people are doing the same thing with their different products.
I could say it was paper magazine because it's going to be paper, or I could say it's digital magazine because it's also digital. But at the same time, I mean, it's a process. In all these other areas of hashish, you've got to admit, PHO, propane hash oil. BHO, butane hash oil. CO2, CO2 oil. Why isn't water hash just water hash or dry seed, dry seed? Why do we got to make up some little non-chemical or non-solvent thing when it's clearly what it is?
Just like you have a preference that you prefer butane over water hash, some people have a preference to name their product a different name.
It's not a product, it's a process.
Their process is their product.
So maybe we should just call it H2O.
H2O.
That's real simple. Just H2O?
I don't know. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just don't know why there's a problem with calling it what it is. If you're describing the methodology, why don't you just say it? It's water hash, or it's dry seed hash, or it's BHO, or blah blah blah.
Probably water hash would be much more accurately called water and ice extraction, because ice is always used. It's a very important part of the patent, in fact.
Ice is 100% water, though.
It is, but it's frozen water, so it's present.
We could call it ice water hash. That's groovy on a hot day.
That's great. I'm good with that. Ice water extraction, ice water hash. I love it. I'm down.
Todd, it's because we're in the era of awareness. We're in the era of people want to know how a plant was grown. Is this GMO? Is this not? Did you use a chemical to get to your clean result? Did you not? It's because we're in the age of information, and people want as much labeling to identify or to isolate themselves. It works both ways. I want to know, is limonene a chemical or is limonene petro? I'm like, this is a petrochemical. This is a natural chemical. You've never heard of a natural chemical. It's a new category to consider as a solvent. My product is petrochemical free, but I'm not saying it's solvent free. That's how I have to distinguish myself. If I don't, I go in the same bin as someone who uses methanol. Or I could run around saying my stuff is solvent free because limonene's not a chemical. It's like if I don't actually delineate myself in some truthful way, a lot of misconstrued truths can be made up. So we are in that information era where someone wants to know, are you declaring it solvent free? Are you declaring it? It's our first form of medical guarantees, even if they get abused as a new form of marketing, because there's the dumb generation that will buy into anything labeled organic and never reads the criteria for organic labeling.
Well, and Horatio, you know, I feel what you're saying, and I'm only saying it because I feel it needs to be said, because I think a lot of marketeers are coming along in some of the new states, and they're really trying to promote what is differentiation, and more than it is actually describing the simple process. I mean, and I'm just saying, call a spade a spade. If this is how you do something, say it's how you do something. This is not coming along and saying, you know, this is my Hitman Bong double whatever barrel blah 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 that I'm naming a product. This is just saying, dude, this is a glass rig. Glass rig. I'm not saying it's an acrylic rig, it's glass. That's all.
Yeah, but I think that there's two different things. There's a process, and then there's labeling for end product. So like as an example, on the hydrocarbon side, if you had an edible, a very nice edible, and it was worked and everything, and you presented that edible, I've never seen anybody in the edible world put on their edible labeling package, this was made from butane. What they say is this is solvent-free process, or they'll say subcritical CO2, or they'll say CO2.
Hold on though, when you say this like this, because now there's a lot of people using processed oil, BHO, otherwise, in food products, because I think a lot of the food products are now made with extracted oil more than they're ever made with vegetable material anymore.
Correct.
So shouldn't on the ingredients, that when it says, you know, the oil, shouldn't there be parentheses that then break down the oil just like you would see it on the back of a food label?
Well, I think they're getting it to 0 ppm in those industries. So they're not even putting it on the labels. They're not even.
Yeah, right. It's almost like a GMO conversation then, and that kind of sucks, because I think we voted against our own goodwill, our own best interest when we voted against proper labeling. And I mean, this is another situation where we're falling into that.
All food is genetically modified. All food, they'd have to label everything. Everything's genetically modified. All right, cat's out of the bag already.
That's a sunny thing to think about.
Mark,
sorry.
No, I had a question about that, because I talk about this all the time. Aren't you and I GMOs? Aren't humans, like as when our mother and our father?
Yeah, anytime when you make a new cultivar and you cross two existing cultivars, you've modified the gene by definition. Okay, Chimera's going to hit me over the head, but you know, whatever. You're doing plant breeding to basically, select for traits. That's by definition genetic modification.
So I have a question.
For those of you who want to read or see a nice story this morning on CBS Sunday morning, it's an excellent news program on American television. There's a great story this morning on GMO, and they talk all about it. And it's again, you learn that corn that we eat every day, it's been genetically modified over millennia. I mean, we've talked about this before. We don't need to go there again, but it's just the distinction of being able to do modern biotechnology, being able to understand genes that code for certain pathways and knock them out and put them in, you know, the Roundup Ready whole thing that Monsanto's doing. So again, their seed lines are basically lined up with their chemicals. Yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate reality that we live in today.
And that's what people think GMOs are. When they hear the word GMO, they think, oh, that's Monsanto, that's, chemical poisons infiltrating our food system through
we here in the West have plenty of food, and it's cheap and plentiful. But in sub-Saharan Africa, where they don't have plenty of food, they rely on genetically modified organisms to basically live, and it's a matter of life or death for them. It isn't for us here in the United States and Canada, but in Africa it definitely is.
Yeah, GM's just a technology, right? You can use technologies for good, or you can use technologies for bad, and or not for bad necessarily, but to serve a corporate interest, which is what they do right now. But you can, I don't know, this whole thing about his breeding, genetically modification, it's kind of like technically, sure, you're changing the genome, but that's not what we mean by genetic modification, right?
I think we mean chemical GMO. So there's a
no, you don't even though, because like you can do stuff like you can expose plants to mutagenesis, like EMS or these chemicals that actually mutate the DNA, and it's considered organic. But if you use like a bacteria to transfer a gene in, then it's considered genetically modified. It's whether it's essentially whether you're using biotechnology or like just chemicals. Like you can take they take plant material and they put it or seeds or clones, and they put them relatively close to nuclear reactors and cause DNA mutations that way. And that's you can breed those plants traditionally, and it's considered organic. So it's just a weird thing. I think people got really scared about genetic modifications because they didn't understand the way it was going on, and there probably was some legitimate concern about not letting technology be used that we didn't understand. But the reality is they've got all these new technologies for specific genome editing that you hear about in the news, like CRISPR. Type CRISPR, CRISPR into Google, and you can. I mean, the Chinese groups they're doing it on human embryos and shit. So it's definitely happening. It's going to be one of the things of the future, I think.
There's no such thing as a non-GMO.
Where do you draw the line? What's genetically modified and what's not genetically modified? I mean, that's what DNA does. Is it explores biological space. I know I said that before, but it's like it just tries variation after variation after variation. Like every bit of life on the planet that we know about is DNA based, or nucleic acid based at least. So
everything we see is a mutation.
Yeah, and like Rob's saying, everything that we see is a mutation. It's just it's variation that occurs. So there's always variation happening in the genome, and I think the argument over whether we change it and how we change it is kind of, how do you say, not religious, but like secular, not secular.
It's beyond the realm of science.
Yeah, it's beyond the realm of science. That's a good way to put it.
Everything we see is a mutation. That's my favorite quote of today's Hash Church. Off camera, Rob.
Yeah, that's the best quote. That was good. What do you guys think about? This is, I guess, back at you. And there is, what do you think about, like, say, feminized seed versus regular seeds, as far as breeding, what that could have on maybe a long-term effect in the breeding world, instead of crossing and exploring and selecting and crossing back and forth with these companies and things like that?
Well, again, that's gynoecious breeding. It's a technique. It's neither good nor bad on its own. It's how you use it. It allows us to do something that cannabis can't naturally do, which is inbreed really tightly. So, when you do that, you have to be wary. But I personally think long term, it's not actually that bad. I think it got a bad feminized seeds, or what we call feminized seeds, got a bad rap because of the early versions of them that were mostly done not using silver thiosulfate. They were done using, either late flowering or stressed plants. So, the basic tenet of breeding is like begets like. So If you take plants that stress out under weird light conditions or late in flower and use them to create the next generation, they're going to be more likely to be like that, right?
So it's maybe something that's filling the gap for us right now that would then be tissue culture down the road once we get a little more grip on that, do you think?
Well, no, because tissue culture only, well, it depends on what type of tissue culture you're talking about, but tissue culture really only allows you to multiply. It's like cloning, right? Whereas feminization or gynoecious breedings, even if you're selfing the plant, it still allows for sexual recombination. So you can get new possibilities that come out, new genetic combinations that come out, but they're derived from a really small pool.
And the whole idea is to not have that variation. What people are after with an all-female line is identical all-female plants. So,
ideally, I mean that's what all seed companies want to offer.
There's two ways to do it. I mean, some seed companies will have a female that they transform to make a male for each line, so they're actually inbreeding each time that they make a line. And from a breeder's point of view, or even a grower's point of view, this is admirable. To have a female you can transform for each seed line, for each named variety you're selling. But most seed companies don't do this. They have one female that transforms easily, and sometimes it's even shared amongst a number of seed companies. And then you're really limiting the gene pool once again. These are kind of genetic dead ends anyway. They're the equivalent of a clone in a seed, because it's like a cutting. It's a female, so you know what it's going to be. And if they're all quite similar to each other, then that's also achieving the same purpose as asexual propagation as cloning does. You're making a clone. So they're genetic dead ends anyway. They're not going into further breeding projects and things like this. So,
but it is the technique you can use to do breeding projects.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that's probably the most valuable part of the technique.
Sure.
When you find a weird trait in a plant and you don't know how it's inherited, you want to cross it to another plant that has that trait. So when you're using males, it's pretty hard to identify that kind of thing. And so, the plant that is most likely to pass on the trait that you're looking at is the same plant. Right. So if you self it, you make one donor into a pollen donor, and then you fertilize a female clone of the same plant. Then you expose all the possible genetic combinations that are within that particular plant. And you can get variation, and you can amplify traits, right?
Absolutely. And this is, for instance, the way that single cannabinoid compound lines, varieties have been developed for Portafarm, GW. This is one of the techniques that's been used. You inbreed for a couple of generations to fix traits before you then move on and do other things with them in the breeding process.
Yeah. Is that a patented process? Do they have a patent on that?
No.
But is that known that you can do that? I mean, that's obvious, known in the art.
Well, it's obvious to anyone skilled in the art, right? It's
right.
It's obvious to anyone who's doing a seed company and making all-female seed lines.
Right, but they couldn't try to patent that, right?
Not at this point. It's public domain.
Chimera, when do you get into a situation where you've bred yourself into a clone only? Is it clone only because it's really just some random magic that has no intellectual breeding done, so to get it under control isn't worth the project? Like, I hear all these, like, I know that when that goes good, but I also deal in an agricultural sector where bananas go bad, and then the world, because everyone is dealing in tissue culture of one banana, in India, the instantly global prices change because a certain plant gets knocked out by a disease. We're not there yet. But, like, how do we even get in a situation where it becomes clone only, there's nothing you can do, there's nothing you can try? Is that just a marketing tool, or really anyone could work at it?
It depends on what you mean by clone only. Like, you're talking monocropping was really what you're talking about. I don't think the cannabis will ever get there because it's just not the way that it's, at least globally, it's not the way that it's grown.
So what's with the cultivar clone only? You can't, if I don't give it to you, it's not it, and there's no hope fuck a bag seed. Like, why do they? Is that just marketing when they go so it's impossible if you don't?
I don't believe in clone onlys. I mean, sure, there's a plant that is the only original plant, but when you start looking at enough plants, you realize there's groups, right? And so OG is like, everybody says, oh, it's like I have this one OG and it's the original OG. Well, it's like there's a whole bunch of plants that have the same chemical profile, plus or minus, but they definitely make up groupings. And yeah, so you can say, oh, this is the one, blue rose or whatever however you want to put it, but there's other plants that will always approximate, if not exceed, like any plant on a given set of traits. So
I guess what we're looking at there is, in a way, every cultivar we have is clone only. Because as soon as you cross that with some other plant, whether it be a male or a transformed female, you're going to have variation.
Yeah,
you're not going to have. How close do you want it to be to exactly the same? I mean, a cutting is exactly the same, grown under the same conditions.
Right.
But as soon as you have sexual reproduction, I mean, if you have brand X, seed brand X, what that is seed brand X's mama was X. Seed brand X's dad was something else. Maybe it was X's brother, but it was something else. So you have, as soon as you have sexual recombination, you no longer have an identical thing. We've come to want and expect things to be identical.
Yeah.
If that's what you want, then it's a clone-only proposition for you. If you want to go back and explore the genome a bit, look at recombined bits of the genome and try to find something that matches the female parent, which is what people do when they buy seeds.
Correct.
Then that's another exploration. But
well, that's what they expect when they buy seeds.
Yeah, people expect it to be.
That's why I brought it up, because I get a lot of people that come up
to the parent.
But this is really the difference of what is the difference between a cultivar and a variety, right? And if we kind of put aside the whole international nomenclature thing, that we're not registering them properly and describing them properly, then they don't qualify as cultivars. But I think that what we call strains really are the equivalent of cultivars, but the true breeding ones, like relatively true breeding, like Skunk 1, is a variety, right? So that's what a variety is. It's a groupage of plants that the set of traits that describe them as a variety are stable, and when you reproduce them by seed, they come back.
They call that an elite tree in forestry. An elite tree is worth a lot of money because its attributes of putting out genetically stable seeds are as close as you can get to a clone only. So it's basically our system would say a plant is an elite tree when it becomes a variety. When you can make seeds and that plant keeps showing up, you can trust, like skunk number 1, it comes up, it comes up. Breeders can work with this. Like in trees, you'll cross a country to get a clone from an elite tree, and it'll be a gift because from all those trees you can produce a standard, where many trees, any seeds or anything you grow from it that's not a clone produces utter crap. So like
elite means true breeding. Elite means high performing.
Yeah.
In like palm trees and in black, what is it, black walnut, like $20,000 trees at auction. When that tree gives seeds that actually produce another quality black walnut, they call it maybe it's a term that's not standard, but it's called an elite tree, and it goes based on how well the seeds produce the original mother. An elite would be the ultimate, and you'd pay premium because it's also elite wood. Like it's the best wood, and it's many categories of quality. So like a variety sounds like almost like our forefather strains when it comes to it. So if I see
no, because that's not what it's about. Like a variety is about the traits that the traits that make it a variety are reproduced when it's interbred through seed propagation. Okay, whereas a cultivar is that the traits that define the cultivar have to be reproduced when you propagate it appropriately, which doesn't, essentially it says you can do clones, or you can do root tubers, or you can do whatever, all these different forms of propagation. But as long as you do it, and then the traits that make the variety come back, then that's really a cultivar.
Have to be consistent and reproducible, and that's much easier to do with a cutting. And many flowers and other things are asexually reproduced. They have what they want, the endpoint they want, and they don't continue breeding and making a stable variety. There's a huge difference between skunk number 1 and every other variety that was around. It was made through mass selection processes of hundreds, thousands of siblings of individual already called skunk number 1 females and males, and then crosses between the best selections to figure out the best combinations.
Yeah, and Sam said that even, I mean, he did lots and lots of crosses, but that one, even to start, that series of crosses were the most uniform.
Right, exactly.
Right?
There had already been selection on a small scale before it was blown up into a huge scale to make final selections. Yeah. But few other varieties have had populations anywhere near that size.
Yeah, I'd even venture to say no other variety.
Probably none. Yeah. And so that consistency that people note is there for a very good reason. And that the roadkill skunk is gone, it is gone for a very good reason. It got bred out, hasta luego.
Yeah, I don't think it's gone. It's just
no, but it's buried. It's sure the genes are still there, but if you're trying to find it from skunk number 1, look elsewhere.
Yeah.
Go back to the original building blocks. Go back to Afghanistan.
So just to clarify, because we were all using the word strain, and I'm just saying these things because I want to get the definition down for people that ask these questions all the time. So basically, for what you just said, is when you have the one cut like skunk number 1, that's your cultivar. Everything after that is your variety.
No. Skunk 1 is different in that it is a variety because it's true breeding.
Okay.
If you bought, like, say, a kilo of skunk seeds and you had somewhere to plant them, and you planted them and grew them out and then let them reproduce, the next year's planting would be pretty much the same. Okay, so that's a variety.
Okay.
That's what would qualify as a variety if you were to register it, right?
So if you had
Blue Dream, okay, if you have Blue Dream that you're growing from clone, and it's the Santa Cruz clone, the high myrcene, then pinene plant essentially. If you self that plant, if you made it breed to itself, which is your only way, you've only got the clone, right? That's the only way you could seed it. If you bred it to itself, not all the plants would look like the Blue Dream in the next generation, okay? And that's why it's not a variety.
What is it?
A cultivar.
Okay. It's short for cultivated variety.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets sticky, and you could actually even call a variety like skunk number 1 a cultivar. You'd call it a seed cultivar, possibly. But to use the word strain any longer for plants is a bit outdated.
Yeah.
And so get away from that. And cultivated variety is just fine. We talk about varieties of grapes. We talk about varieties of cannabis.
Right.
That's
but apparently
varieties of tomatoes. But yes.
Grapes would technically, they're more appropriately cultivars.
Exactly, because they're asexually reproduced, and they are indeed identical to each other genetically.
By cloning them, but if you reproduce them by seed,
no, they wouldn't be.
Yeah.
So that's what makes this challenging. Now, let's go back to what Horatio said. Let's say we'll use Blackberry Kush. Let's say Blackberry Kush clone-only variety, and let's say 80% of our industry consensus is like, yeah, that's the banger, that's the one, Blackberry Kush. Now, let's say you use that one cut to make tissue culture or clones only from that. And what would the definition of that Blackberry clone mother be?
It's a cultivar.
Yeah, it would qualify as a cultivar, but as Ernest Small says,
well,
technically we don't describe them properly or publish, the descriptors for the cultivar, so it's not. They don't
it's a catch-22. You can't have cannabis as a cultivar because it's illegal to grow it.
Yeah, partly.
You know, that's the main reason. So you can't really describe it and go through all the hoops to make it in the accepted taxonomic nomenclature system of naming things.
Well, and I think that
it doesn't really qualify, but it does in terms of its agricultural production and the context of the way it's being used at the moment.
Yeah.
So
a lot of the other thing too is that when they do these things, they look at them from a very morphological standpoint, and you can include things like GC traces or chemical analysis of the plant to show what is unique, but that's not really standard in plants.
No.
But in cannabis, it really is the defining character between the different varieties. So, at least for our purposes.
That's quite standard in essential oils. I mean, in essential oil bearing plants like cannabis, oh yeah, you do characterize the plant and the variety by the chemical makeup. That's how they do it with mints. We were talking about mints earlier. Mint varieties are characterized by essentially the chemical makeup.
Right, but they don't have the variety. I mean, I would guess. I want to say that they don't, but I'm not actually sure. My assumption would be that they don't have the chemical variety that's present in cannabis. So cannabis really is kind of a unique thing, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that, but
I think a lot of plants probably have as much chemical variety as cannabis.
But you're just not looking at them? I mean,
it's not how they're being characterized. Terpenes weren't important to us taxonomically until very recently, largely due to some of the work you've done, you know, but that's how we're going to look at cannabis varieties, is how they smell. And that's part of the beauty of it, that's part of the branding of it, and it's part of the confusion with trying to figure out the medical efficacy of it. It's so, the terpenes have become so important, even if, without our recent stoners perspective, they've become so important just from the way we perceive the herb itself. Our organoleptic assay, we can't smoke it until we've smelled it.
Yeah.
We can't escape that. We can't do anything without smelling it. And then really even tasting it, except the nail kind of did away with that. But, I mean, you don't ever relate as much as we used to.
But it's also worked against us enormously for decades because Prohibition, the terpenes are what gave us up. You know, I always called Renee pot to get you busted because if you had any of it on you, it was like even someone that had no olfactory whatsoever could smell it like it was a pound of weed under their nose, but it was just like a little bud in your pocket in like a bag that had cracked open or something.
It's just warmed up to body temperature, so all those lovely terpenes have vaporized.
Friends that I know that got busted just literally riding their bikes or walking, kicked out of hotel rooms from that herb, from those terpenes. You know, the terpenes were almost like, I always remember people saying, we just need to breathe the smell out of the plant, and I'm just like, what? No, like we will just continue to get arrested. We will not be breathing out the smell and the tastes of the cannabis. Please.
Funny, at the Emerald Cup, we went into these hotels and they had, dropping friends off or whatever. They all had little waivers or signs saying, Emerald Cup, don't be smoking in your room. But it was really funny because it was the first time that I was in a hotel that they all just reeked like weed. But for the first time, I didn't feel like it was me. So it was pretty cool.
You gotta come out on fish tour sometime.
Oh my gosh.
Numbers.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to know that they're protected, though, like the one problem I have with Fish Tour is that there's still an enormous amount of young people who get busted for varieties of drugs. They're actually, in certain states, they have the go free for 3. I'm not going to get into it big time, but it's definitely, be careful out there when you're at those concerts. There are preying law enforcement who are looking to catch you with the wrong substance so they can get you to work for them. So try to avoid that at all costs. Yes. Oh, shout out to Jody Emery, who's in the chat room right now, chatting with everyone. She says hello to the panel.
Hi, Jody.
All right. Quality reading. We lost Todd.
There's something you guys were talking about earlier. It's about an ounce of prevention and it is worth a pound of cure. You know, and this whole regulations thing, people are just going to have to get it right instead of trying to fix it.
Yeah, well, everybody's relying on these really bad agricultural practices that they learn growing in basements, and you know, you have to start treating the crop as. Well, I mean, look what Berkeley did. You know, I think Berkeley, the system is great. They created regulations, and they said if you fail for any of these reasons, your weed can't be sold on the market. End of story. And so, you know, if the growers can't change and bring their product in line to the standards, then you know you're not going to make it in the industry.
The handwriting is on the wall. I mean, look at what Berkeley's doing and has done, and just expand that to the state of California, and then think a few years down the line there'll be federal rules that are very similar. They're going to echo what works best in the states, and we already have foods, and we already have drugs, and we already have rules that regulate these things. So if you're in this business, wake up and smell the roses. You know, it's time to figure out if you're going to be one of the companies that survives or not. You know,
wake up and smell the roses. That was a terpene pun again.
Yeah, that's geraniol and with a little murol thrown in on the side. But
beautiful.
Yeah.
Got Debbie Goldsberry in the chat room. Say hello to her as well.
Hi, Debbie.
She says the only problem I had in the Berkeley process was the labs advocating for it, even though they knew they did not have stable testing processes to offer proof. Well,
got to start somewhere.
You know.
True enough.
Labs need to be validated. Labs need to be ring tested. We said this before, but there are good labs in California.
For sure, and I'm sure they'll only become you know, more tuned and better as the business end of that becomes tighter and tighter, and obviously the ones who are excelling at it and have the protocols in place and the right lab equipment and the great people will rise to the top. I mean, you'd think.
Yeah.
Hope.
So the reason why I had brought that up to you as well is I just wanted to get everyone clear and defined, because it is confusing, and it was really confusing when everybody, you know, when people are still calling their drug cultivar varieties that they're smoking sativas. So now the whole world is you know, calling things indica and sativa, and then everyone put the brakes on that, and it confused everybody there. And I was just trying to clarify that, and also because. So what you're saying is creating a feminized line or seed like that, once you have a clone only or cultivar that you're now cultivating from and replicating in tissue culture or from clone, when you go to a seed and you make feminized seeds, you think that the long-term effects of that isn't that bad, and what it's actually doing is producing varieties within that breeding experiment, in which could lead to different types of varieties that you then could pick up and develop your own cultivar, or not?
Yeah. So when you go from clone to so you mean selfing? You mean selfing the clone?
Correct.
Yeah. So that's a very severe form of inbreeding. So essentially, every trait that is heterozygous in the plant will become 50% more homozygous in every generation. Okay, and cannabis is full of these deleterious alleles, these essentially variation in the genome, but it's really genes that don't work. And as you go down and you start selfing the plant over a series of generations, you get uniformity, but you also get a total loss of vigor, or not a total loss of vigor, but a very big loss of vigor.
So it's okay. So if you took the cultivar and you took that mother, that first one, and then you created another one with the clone, and then you self that as the seed to make seeds, you're saying that at that point it gets watered down, or it's okay to do it there, you just can't do it to then that offspring?
No, you can do as much as you want, but there's just a trade-off to doing that, right? And so, like some plants, like some OGs, if you self them, they come back and they're pretty OG-like, right? They actually all kind of look the same. But if you take like the Legend OG, I don't know if you know that plant, and you self it, it falls apart. Like you get all this variation from within that essentially exposes all the ancestral influence to what that plant was, right? You get like OG types, but you also get like Afghani types, and these not so pleasant smells that come from some of these Afghan plants.
So what I was getting at is, if somebody's at home, they buy a pack of seeds of their favorite strain, they grow that strain out, they get something that they kind of like that they feel represents the accuracy of the strain because it's not going to be identical, and then they go and try to start, like, say, a seed company from someone else's seed, which we see. People are just trying to get their thing. Now that leads to what you're saying is a kind of genetic breakdown, watering down, and from there.
Well, it depends how you look at it. Some would say it's breakdown. Some would say it's refinement.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it also depends on like the true breeding nature of the plant, the seed that they buy. Did they buy hybrid seed? Did they buy true breeding seed? Did they buy something a little more stabilized? So
what's your definition of true breeding?
I'm sorry?
What's your definition of when you say true breeding versus hybrid?
Well, true breeding to me is a variety. It's a plant that you can say, these are the set of traits that define the variety. Can you reproduce it from seed, and those traits come back? That's true breeding.
The land races that we use to make the hybrid varieties, Sinsemilla varieties we have these days, or cultivars we have these days, everything you see out there today, those basic building blocks were true breeding.
Plus or minus.
Plus or minus.
Yeah.
I mean, but they're within a population. It's an outcrossing plant. No two individuals are identical anyway. But within the norms of that population, they're true breeding. They all mature around the same time. They all look approximately the same. They have a similar suite of terpenes. They have similar cannabinoid ratios.
And that's the thing about how cannabis produces in the wild. It reproduces as a population. Like when we breed it in nature, indoors or in greenhouses, and we do these lines, that's not the way that it breeds in nature, right? It's in nature, it's essentially all individuals, like all males mating with all females, so you get just tons and tons of genetic variation. And even when we breed and we go down to one male and one female plant, that's really, really not, it's far away from the natural reproductive cycle of the plant. And so you lose all that variation, right? And that's what breeding is about.
Sometimes that's desired if you want to duplicate the same thing.
Yeah, well, there's a cost. It's just people. Yeah, of course, it's desired. That's what breeding is. You try to stabilize. You try to make everything uniform. But when you do that, there's always an opportunity cost. So, that's why things like recurrent selection or people, stoners don't realize the way that we breed seeds in closets is not the way that outcrossing species are typically bred.
So what I'm getting at is what happens when guys like, Robert's and you, and like Robert's gone all around the world collecting land races, and with Sam, and there's a lot of those land races seem to hit Europe and here, and they created what we see as like all these varieties. And so what happens when guys like Robert Clark aren't traveling the planet or repopulating with land races? That's what I'm getting at. So how do we, what happens there? I mean, like, do you have to go back and visit those countries, Morocco and Afghanistan, and who's storing those types of, keeping those things alive, and how when someone says, hey, we lost the Cindy 99, well, it's lost. Like, how do we recuperate the cycle and not get lost in the duplication?
Well, Cindy came from a coffee shop. It didn't come from, Afghanistan. So, but yeah, I don't know.
You can't. The answer is you can't. You can't recreate exactly what was out there because we don't have the same opportunity to at least to do it the same way as it was done before. With all these, it wasn't so much people running around and collecting individual things. I mean, Sam was fantastic with that, and he brought a lot of things into what became seed varieties that were available and became part of the landrace genetics that went into what's available today. But that wasn't all of it. I mean, by far and away, bigger effect were seeds that came out of imported cannabis.
Yeah.
You know, Mexican and Colombian and Jamaican and Thai and ad infinitum. And it's rare things like South Indian or something like that might not have come to us through through commercial shipments of weed. But even Malawi, you know, these African ones and stuff, they were small shipments of weed that came in.
Yeah.
You know, and that doesn't happen anymore, and it doesn't happen anymore for several reasons. We still get Mexican, but Mexican is Dutch Cali Mex, you know, seeds there. And Jamaican is
everywhere.
Lamb's bread Chinese, they call it, because Afghans are little short plants. I mean, it's a personal taxonomy once again, but it's that cultural and agricultural environment that fostered these land races up into the 60s and 70s aren't there anymore. Those people don't grow cannabis anymore. They grow bananas, or they're dead and their kids live in the city and work for McDonald's. I mean, it's a different world. We don't have that situation anymore that fosters just going back and grabbing it and doing it again. That can't really happen, so we have to look for a different answer.
Well, it leads us to Jody Emery's question, which is question for the experts. Can you get the same or better quality of trichomes and potencies outdoors as indoors? Is sun-grown cannabis naturally better because of the light spectrum? I don't know what her definition of better is, but that's the question. And we were talking about a lot of this sort of losing the landrace strains, losing access to those seeds, which obviously all of those strains back in the day were grown outside, to versus today where the majority of it is indoors versus outdoors. So if anyone wants to take her question and run with that.
Yeah, the indoor to outdoor environment is such a huge generalization. You know, like the difference between outdoor in Vancouver, British Columbia is very different between compared to say San Diego, California, or Arizona or New York State or Europe. Get into all these places.
Places that will obviously succeed in growing cannabis, just like in Canada, there's specific places where we grow our grain. We don't choose to grow it out on the mountainous areas of British Columbia, but we do tend to grow it on the millions of usable acres of land that we have in the prairies.
Yeah, well, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to put there.
Well, let's be fair to outdoor, though. Let's say that you could pick any place on the planet, regardless of law, to grow cannabis, just like you can build any indoor environment to your specifications. You pick the best place on earth with the best live soil and the best everything you can do. Let's compare apples to apples that way to her question.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. You can't compare it. And I think indoor is a dinosaur model. It's a factor of prohibition. It will be gone, sooner or later. At least we'll be moving, at the very least, to hybrid greenhouses or lit greenhouses. But yeah, greenhouses are probably the future. I'd say more than outdoor.
Everything I've seen through a greenhouse lately with, like you said, a hybrid greenhouse with the ability for natural sun as well as the lighting in there.
And for the summers.
I've seen 30% lately in greenhouse. I mean, 31, 30, 28, 25%. Terpene profiles anywhere from 2 to 4% in the greenhouse version, in California at least.
Yeah, we've seen 5% too. So.
Well, people are definitely surprised sometimes when they hit that outdoor herb that they don't anticipate is going to be as good as it ends up being. And I just wonder if there's something to be had in that sun-grown cannabinoid profile that maybe isn't being reproduced indoors or vice versa. I think the indoor model is on its way out as well. I think people might keep it for personal use, obviously, but for commercial production, that hybrid greenhouse, the best of both worlds, the being able to control those variables in that sort of outdoor environment where you still have nice kind of wind blowing and you have the sun shining through the glass.
But it's protected. You know, it's protected from rain and, you know.
From, yep.
If you let the consumer speak, it's pretty obvious that indoor weed is better. People pay twice as much for it. Well, that's not so much on the consumer level, it's more on the dispensary level. But
it's probably on
outdoor growers are getting much less for their product than indoor growers. And if you have a greenhouse, you don't call it outdoors, that's for sure.
No, but a lot of cannabis sells at indoor prices.
At indoor prices,
and they pass it off as
exactly right.
I mean, even in, you know, people up in the interior of BC, as far north as, you know, well, way up there up to PG are doing greenhouses, and I've seen that stuff sell for indoor. So
yeah. Yep. The greenhouses is definitely the way forward. It's a way to be able to produce a clean product, you know, for people who are in the flower industry still. But how are you going to compete with for extracts, which is what seems to be driving the industry at the moment? Why not just grow outdoors?
Well,
I mean, or low-tech greenhouses at least. I mean, just cut prices to the bone. You're going to do enough processing that you can't have dirty weed, but you don't need to have a product that's going to be directly smoked either.
Yeah.
It's going to go through heaps of processing.
Well, and it depends on the extract too. I mean, are you trying to extract for rosin, or you're extracting for dabs? You're extracting for just for THC or just for CBD?
Yeah, the way it's going now, it seems to me that they're going to break it down. You know, you're going to have THC extractors, and you're going to have reprocessor fabricators who make it back into what people want to put in their vape pens. I'm only being partly sarcastic here. I mean, it's look what's happened with non-cannabis vaporization. It's incredibly hip for young people to breathe propylene glycol and make smoke rings with flavored stuff. It doesn't have any drugs in it at all. It doesn't even have CBD in it. It doesn't have anything except flavor and smoke.
Yeah.
And they're popular as can be. There's competitions and vape bars, and maybe it's only Los Angeles, but
there's competitions.
Oh yeah, this is the hottest thing. It's the yo-yo. It goes right along with kendama. I mean, this is nuts, but it's out there, and it's all a different subculture, and it's why not just add THC to that model? It all came from people trying to stop smoking tobacco. That's where it all came from.
But it's like you said, THC on its own is not that great.
It is boring, but we have lots of terpenes off the shelf. Just ask the guys who want to patent that concept.
Well, that's you know. I know I've talked about these pens before, these extract pens, cartridges, but it's like some of them people sell them with just pure CO2. But I'm seeing some other brands on the market, you know, as well that are like, they're clearly adding flavors, and when you don't know what the flavors that you're I mean, I just don't think that's okay, you know, to be adding flavors or adding chemicals that you don't know what is it's not naturally part of the plant or the mixture, and you don't say what it is.
You could put bergamotine in tobacco and nobody minds. I mean, there's all kinds of essential oils in the 400 plus things you can spike cigarettes with. So we already have a model for this that's been allowed by the FDA and ATF and everybody else forever.
Do you think they'll allow that with cannabis?
Well, why shouldn't they? Well, they won't want to because they want to overregulate cannabis, but there's no model existing that says they can't do this.
I think it'll be up to the district. I mean, I can't see that happening in Canada, for example. Like, they banned flavored tobacco because they said that it was drawing children into using tobacco. So it'll, you know.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Well, it's a funny thing. Like, you think about it, these vape pens, you know, if you take, and it started off like when I first came to California, it was bubble gums and strawberry kiwi and all these different things. And I was in Christmas time, my younger nephew was smoking on the e-cigarette with the flavoring as well, you know. And but like what Robert said is like that's actually what's happening now. It's when I came here, started collaborating, working with different people, and you know, now we're making like the vape cartridge is no cut, all subcritical CO2, you know, solvent free, if you will, and and you could get 90% THC, 10% pure cannabis terpenes, and we're doing it from the same plant, all the same batch.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And
getting 10%. What's the cannabis on that when you're at 10% terps?
so this is this is 87, 90%. Let's see which one it was. This one. This was a version of a pure CBD. So this is no THC. This is this is from an AC/DC, but this is, you can see the consistency of it. This is AC/DC terpenes with a subcritical CO2 cleaned up, So we could kind of choose that. Then there's another group that's out there doing THCA, doing pure THCA. So now we're making you make variations. You go, okay, what THC percent do you want, and what terpene percent do you want? So if you start with 99% terpenes and 99% THCA, make whatever you want. So that's right there, and people are specializing in those little types of departments now too, which is what I've noticed. And those people are all coming together. We're coming together. It's only natural progression. So the reason why I asked you that in the breeding is because in the extract world seems to, like Rob said, push those type of things. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the consumer wants the same taste. They want the same response from their medicine, whether it's in a vape, a capsule, or a sublingual. And to explain variety to a patient or a consumer that wants the same thing over and over, it's tough. I even catch myself when I go to Whole Foods and I look for coconut water, and that coconut water that's lightly pink, has a slight pink to it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's fresh coconut water. And I remember when it first came out, there was a bunch of coconut water, and I saw variations in the pink, in the reflection in the pink water itself. And it made me not want to buy it. And now I see it, it's all exactly the same. And I psychologically feel okay, it's consistency. So I guess what I was getting at was trying to find out if our industry is going to get to the point where we can rely on the exact same genetics over and over. And is it tissue culture, or what is it going to take us to get?
Think about it. Yeah, well, not tissue culture, but stem cloning is the same thing. It really, as long as you're not disturbing the meristem, you're not changing the variety or the cultivar.
Okay.
I think it's going to be more like wine, where you'll have, it's going to be more about what season, which area had the best season, will have more of an effect than, your cloning method. But yeah, you'll grow from clone typically. I think most people will grow from clone, at least for the next 40 years, 20 years maybe. And then as people start developing varieties that are true breeding or at least stable for planting from seed, they'll start doing that because it's easier. You can mechanize it. It's less labor.
Yeah, that's why I always like the actual bag system when you're washing resin and collecting head size, because you've got a certain. For me, when you talk about varieties, and I know this is how it falls into it. So if you're collecting resin, it falls into those screens. So a 25, a 45, a 73, a 90, a 120, they all kind of uniquely can offer something, to if you're looking at as a medicine. So if you have varieties and strains, say you're running 25 pounds or 100 pounds of a particular strain from seed, you've got all these different varieties of that one cultivar, if you will, and the resin itself needs to be classified. So that's why I like the bag system, because at the end of the day, if you run 20 pounds of something that was grown out from a mother that was from seed, you're going to get, say, your strain X, and then you'll collect all that resin, and you'll have different bags that collect different things. But ultimately, if you're collecting all the 120s from the 10 pounds, all the 90s from the 10 pounds, you can start to standardize the resin and ultimately standardize the medicine,
10 pounds grown from seed or grown from a seed?
Grown from seed.
Yeah. You standardize it. Well, yeah. I mean, as you combine, it's
That's how I've been standardizing.
really. But I think that's unfortunately the way cannabis is. It's still so variable in terpene content from generation to generation in most families and most seed populations that it's not. You end up with a population average. You end up. It's kind of like. I always think of it, I don't know if you've smoked a lot of Moroccan hash or if you've spent time in Europe. I know you usually have access to something better than that, but that's what the majority of people smoke in Europe, and they're population hashes. It's hash that we didn't get from, you'd never see something like an OG hash or a Blue Dream hash in Europe. It's not. So we're pretty spoiled in North America.
That said, original Moroccan plants, when you walk through fields there 20 years ago, you can't do it anymore. But Morocco is another example of a place where there is no original Moroccan remaining. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's been swamped out by European varieties being taken there, European Sinsemilla varieties, and it's finished. But there is no land race remaining there anymore. But back in the day, those plants weren't all that different from each other. I mean, they all grew in the same place. They'd all grown in the same place generation after generation. People had kept seeds from elite plants, back to using that term in a way that it's used in cannabis breeding. It's the way that people refer to the populations they keep, elite populations of hemp varieties that they use to then produce seed that's used for commercial plant sowing seed for farmers to have. They keep elite populations generated from elite individuals, but that's the way mass selection is done with a plant like cannabis, an open pollinated plant like cannabis. But, it's back to that again. But it's
yeah, and that's part of what we've done, unfortunately, over the last 35 years, is we've gone from this open pollinating species that had huge variation across a whole series of cultures to now we all grow clones and seeds made from the same clones.
Yeah, for one reason.
Yeah.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Would you guys say then, can't we actually have by learning how much the terms of true breeding really basically say, cannabis is more like a population, like that population, they jump well, they do this well, they do that well. There's a kid called Bubba Kush, there's a kid called Trainwreck, but they both work for anxiety. And there's not actually many true varieties. And there's a shit ton of cultivars, and a shit ton of them are only medically useful if we stay stuck in clone only, because any form of breeding is inferior. Basically, nothing considerable of anything elite that deserves the title of variety. Like, variety is not something you should hear a lot, actually, when people are describing their cultivars.
No, most plants that we have is cultivars, yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, that's a good synopsis, actually. Yeah.
That's what we were trying to get to for definition for everybody that's on the planet, trying to get the word strain out of their vocab.
There's going to be some people that argue against that, and say strain, but I think cultivar, in my opinion, cultivar is the correct term.
Especially when you're referring to what 99% of it is, which is asexually propagated, identical plants to their mother.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
People are also asking about THC acetate endlessly and the difference between the acid version of THC and THCO, or THC acetate. Okay. If you want to take Mark or whoever.
Yeah, I can answer that question. So THC acetate is the acetate of THCA. It's basically an acetate derivative. You can make an ester of a hydroxylic bond, and basically the hydroxyl group in THCA can be acetylated with acetic anhydride to make THC acetate. And I think the government holds, I think it's El Soli patent. There's a bunch of esters that are known. This might ring a bell with you, Horatio, because we talked about these esters. These are the El Soli fatty acid esters that he used in his suppository patent. And so, yeah, so those are similar to THC acetate, but I think that where there may be some confusion, Mark, is some people refer to the acid form of THCA as THCA. So that just might be just a miscommunication there, but THC acetate is a derivative that's made from THC.
From THC acid. But THC acid, when a lot of people, you know, I know some people are getting onto this, but THC acid is what's made in the plant. The plant doesn't really produce THC. It's just a byproduct of what's produced in the plant, which is THC acid or CBD acid. And then that's decarboxylated either through processing or when smoking happens and releases the carboxylic group. And
right. Yeah, but we're talking about acetylating that phenolic hydrogen group to basically make an ester linkage there. And again, those are some derivatives that El Soli and other people have looked at. I don't think they're thermally stable. I don't think that those can be, that they vaporize. I think they would rather decompose. But they're great vehicles, again, for suppository delivery of cannabinoids through the, you know, fatty mucosa of the lower GI.
The lower GI, that was a way of putting it.
Yes.
So maybe they were. That would be interesting if everybody was asking about the acetate version. Are you sure they weren't just talking about THCA versus?
They're talking about THCA, and the thing is, remember when I forget the doctor's name at the moment, but he was saying, oh, well, when we get to water-soluble cannabis, that'll be the future. And I was like, we have it. It's THC acetate, but I don't want to put that on my flesh after I see how it's made. There's got to be another way.
The acetate you could think of as like a prodrug for THC. So basically by capping the phenolic hydrogen with an acetate group, you basically put an acetyl function at what normally is a hydroxyl function, and there is you know, hydrolysis of esters naturally in the body by lipases and esterases, and these are enzymes that basically hydrolyze the ester bonds. And so in that way, THC acetate is a prodrug that can be used to prolong the pharmacokinetic profile of bioavailability of THC because it slowly is metabolized to THC in the body. So it's a prodrug. What's called a prodrug anyway.
Well, Mark, like when we basically, this is something that comes out of the old days of the forum, but basically people were taking it orally to trip hard immediately. That was the kick of creating THC acetate, was to create a more of an oral party drug out of cannabis. Not to enhance the efficacy of suppositories, because I kept thinking about it. I'm like, there is a medical use, but damn it, I'm not about to do that kind of a wash. It's the same reason why certain methods to get to THC acid produce a product that's not healthy to smoke and defeat the purpose of trying to concentrate the THC.
Well, by making the acetate too, what you're doing is you're removing the product functionality that can bind up and make it maybe less likely to cross membranes, and so you're essentially putting a more hydrophobic group on the molecule, which will basically ease its way into the cell membranes. And I think that that's part of maybe what that initial rush might be, is that a lot more is getting across the cell than would normally be.
And then in the THCA, not what we were talking about, A versus, in the sense of what I think maybe the audience was talking about, was THCA in its raw form. I explain it as raw versus active. And if you don't decarboxylate the plant material, like I'm making all kinds of CBDA, THCA product lines, sublinguals, capsules, that just means I'm not decarboxylating the plant material or those molecules ever. I'm keeping them in a raw state. And so that's taking them straight from the plant. And that's like when you collect, if you're able to collect resin by washing it, keeping your environment cold and never having any heat exposed to it, you could have full melt that's nearly THCA. Very small amounts of THC in there. I think that's what they were asking about, was just that activation. And that happens at 285. I mean, if you're in the state of Colorado and you try to do a product approval on anything edible or something, you have to go through that whole thing. I had to show our SOPs in protocols against botulism and what you would do, so you wouldn't have to refrigerate. a sublingual, and so I had to figure out different ways to keep the product in its raw form, but also keep it sterile for botulism. So even in Colorado, they come in there and they ask you, okay, are you decarboxylating this at 285 for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and they make you keep a log of everything that you do as well. And you'll see that throughout the entire rest of the nation from the public health departments. They will come together and they'll have certain SOPs and requirements for our industry. And right now, the very first one on their agenda is making sure that the plant material is decarboxylated before you digest it. And if it's not, then you have to refrigerate it or have special protocols that can put lines of defense against botulism. That's their concerns. And so the difference is, what I say is raw versus active. It's a very easy way to look at it. And from a from a smoker standpoint or something, you're looking at psychoactive versus non-psychoactive, and that's such a hard thing to say over and over. Versus raw versus active.
Sorry about that. I've just been spending the last 25 minutes trying to get Todd back into the room because he asked me to boot his profile, and I have no idea how to unboot.
Did you ban him? Did you block and ban Todd?
No, I just eject. It's called eject from the...
Oh, there he is!
Oh, there he is! Man, I haven't stopped trying, I'll tell you. I'm like, what the hell?
He's tricky for that. He did that when I was at his house. There's 2 rooms, and then all of a sudden you're in the same room.
Mark has way too many production responsibilities in the making of this hash church. I just want to say that. This is the guy he's sweeping the halls, opening the doors, cleaning up after us, figuring out how to fucking make it all work. Thank you, Mark.
Dude, I'm sorry that I can't get you back in, Todd. We'll figure it out.
Oh, man. So there was one more question I had for Mark. Forget what it was.
Well, I'll tell you, after 4 solid hours of Hash Church, I'm gearing up for maybe one last rip.
Yeah, I got one left in me.
You got one left in me there, Tony?
Yep.
If you guys haven't already, go join the Hash group on Facebook if you want to hear certain discussions. It's always easier to have it asked there than in the chat room the day of the actual church, but we always try to get your questions answered if we can. And yeah, it sounds like MedVet saying if we start a new hangout next week, Todd will be able to come back in, so awesome. All right, well, here we go.
I'll do it for Darrin. Bong rip!
Oh, thank you. Thank you. For Darrin, bong rip.
What's wrong, Mark? You don't have a bong?
He's in...
Me, Mark?
Yeah.
I live in Pennsylvania.
You live in Pennsylvania. What are you doing out there?
I will be in Oregon tomorrow, so I'm working on it, Tony.
Puffing that. Thank everyone for coming out. Thank Chimera and Mr. Rob Clark for making a special appearance at Todd's place. Always thank Todd for bringing in such great folks and facilitating such good things. Etienne, who always makes it in at 9 a.m. on the nose. Thank you as well, Mark Scialdone, for making it nice and early and sharing some chemistry with us. Horatio Delbert and Tony Verzura, always a pleasure, gentlemen. You guys know me. I'm Bubbleman. See you next week, episode 70, Hash Church. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Peace.